whose focus doesn't swerve as they help make Culver City the best, so it stands out from all the rest. Congratulations to all of you who have served this city. Thank you.
Do you have an order in which you'd like to call them, or?
I just gave
Okay.
them out. So
Great.
I'll just,
Perfect.
thanks.
Okay, cool.
And we're starting with CBC, right?
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm going to probably pass it to my colleague, Freddie Puza, to kick us off, and then everyone, all of the council members and vice mayor have a couple of people to honor. So we kind of tried to spread it out evenly, but congratulations and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Mayor. And the first commendation will be for Leonardo Wilborn. Are you in the chamber tonight?
I don't see him.
Okay. Should we go ahead and read it anyways, or just move along? Move along. All right. Well, yes. Give it up for Leonardo. All right. And the next commendations for George Montgomery. Who served on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Whereas George Montgomery has been a resident of Culver City since 1998, has been a business owner in Culver City since 1996, and for many years has generously volunteered in the Culver City community, serving his time and experience. And whereas George Montgomery is a bicycling enthusiast and advocate for bicycling as a healthy and environmentally friendly mode of transportation in, out, and around the city. And whereas George Montgomery supports community organizations as well as community bicycling initiatives such as the Art, Walk, and Roll Festival. And whereas George Montgomery has admirably served the residents and business community of Culver City as a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee since 2017, serving as chair in 2022-2023. And whereas during his tenure on the committee, George Montgomery advocated for important mobility issues, particularly as related to safety, to decrease the incidence of pedestrian bicyclist injury and improve the quality of life in Culver City. And whereas during his tenure, George Montgomery provided Culver City staff with valuable input regarding city mobility initiatives and infrastructure projects, including the Exposition to Downtown Connector Project, the La Bayona Safe Routes to School program, and most notably, creation of the local road safety plan and the city's first bicycle and pedestrian action plan. And now for there it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends George Montgomery for his thoughtfulness and ongoing commitment and for the contribution of his dedicated service to the Culver City community. Dated this 26th day of August 2024, signed by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all of the council members.
All right, we'll take a couple here. 3, 2, 1. Then this way, 2, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, William Rickards, are you in the house today? There he is. So this is a commendation for Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Commissioner, Mr. William Rickards. Sir, Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas Mr. Rickards holds a doctorate in philosophy in recreation and parks administration from University of Illinois Urban Campaign and takes great pride in being in a Culver City resident since 2012. Whereas William strongly believes that parks represent a way of positive action within communities and always encourages PRCS staff to engage with the community in order to learn about everyone's needs for resources, services, and recreational activities. Whereas he began his career working in youth diversion programs and continued his commitment to youths by serving on the Youth Sport Advisory Ad Hoc Subcommittee, whereas Mr. Rickards, during his time on the PRCS Commission, served on the Parks Facility and sections of the Culver City Municipal Code Ad Hoc Subcommittee and the Community Gardens Ad Hoc Subcommittee, and acted as liaison to various organizations and the Culver City communities, such as the Culver City Disability Advisory Committee and the Culver City Arts Foundation. And now, therefore, it be resolved that the City of Culver City, California, hereby commends Mr. Rickards for his dedication, hard work, and contribution of his time and talents to the City of Culver City, signed by the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and all council members.
All right, we'll take a few. 3, 2, 1. And then this way, 2, 3, 2, 1. Thank you all.
Okay, Demetria Richardson. No, oh, there's. Come on down. Accommodation for the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you. Whereas Demetria has admirably served the residents of Culver City, California, since June of 2020, during her first 4-year term as a highly committed member of the Culver City Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board. And whereas during her tenure, Demetria Richardson contributed to meaningful discussions with the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board and body. Whereas during her tenure, Demetria Richardson successfully completed 40 hours of mediation training course, and whereas Demetria Richardson was willing to generously give her time and talent by volunteering to provide a confidential and privileged forum for discussion and resolution for dispute resolutions and rental increase and education to the parties about landlord-tenant relationships. Now, therefore, resolved that the City of Culver City, California, hereby commends Demetria Richardson for her dedication, her service, and commitment to the City of Culver City and our community. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Right. Last but not least for me, Ms. Janine Wisnowski Stalen. Are you in there? She is. Welcome. This is accommodation for Cultural Affairs Commissioner Janine Wisnowski Stalen. Whereas she has been a dynamic, enthusiastic, and highly productive Cultural Affairs Commission since 2016. And whereas Janine, an actor, an active member of SAG-AFTRA Union and leader in Los Angeles theater community, has been a Cultural Affairs Commissioner since 2016, including 2 years as chair of the commission. And whereas during her 8 years on the commission, Janine shared her performing arts knowledge and acumen and to the commission and to the city. Whereas one of her greatest accomplishments was co-leading the Cultural Affairs Commission Artist Laureate Subcommittee, where she developed guidelines and promoted the program, which had widespread impact. And whereas Janine Wisnowski Stalin was also instrumental in advising and assisting the Culver City Cultural Affairs Arts Foundation, the Arts Foundation rather, as it established itself as an independent 501c3 foundation, which enabled its rapid growth and development for its grants and arts and programming. Now, therefore, be resolved that the City of Culver City, California hereby commends Janine Wisnowski Stalin for her dedicated service and encourages her to remain active, cottonmouth, as part of the city's Creative and Arts Cultures Committee. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Okay. Is Nancy Barba here? Okay, come on down. We can give her a round of applause. I shift people. This commendation is for former Planning Commissioner Nancy Barba. Whereas Nancy Barba has shown her dedication to service as a planning commissioner, playing a central role in the city's planning process by advising City Council on planning and development issues, assuring the city is seeking to achieve the goals established by the general plan, and providing a conduit for residents and other community stakeholders to engage in planning issues, project proposals, and provide their views. And whereas Ms. Barba has served for 4 memorable years on the Planning Commission from July 2020 to June 2024, presiding as both the chair and the vice chair of the commission, as well as multiple committee assignments. Ms. Barba has provided invaluable insight from her expertise in sustainability and helped to facilitate dialogue with members of the public and colleagues on the commission to get the best from new development. And whereas Ms. Barba's work on the commission included development of standards for mixed-use development and ground floor retail downtown, as well as the housing element update and other code changes to encourage housing affordability. Additionally, Ms. Barba contributed to major development projects, including the Crossings Campus, Icon West, Rethink Mixed Use, and the Wende Cultural Center, and many other developments in Culver City over the last 4 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Culver City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Nancy Barba for her valuable service to the commission and her many accomplishments while serving on the Planning Commission. Dated this 26th day, even though it's blank, we'll fill that in, but the 26th day of August 2024 is signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. Congratulations, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Michelle Weiner. Can you come down for your commendation? Good to see you. So this commendation is for former Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee member and former chair, Michelle Weiner. Whereas Michelle Weiner has been a resident of Culver City since 1986 and for many years has generously volunteered in the Culver City community, sharing her time and experience. And whereas Michelle Weiner is a bicycling enthusiast and advocate for bicycling as a healthy and environmentally friendly mode of transportation in, out, and around Culver City. And whereas Michelle Weiner supports community bicycling organizations such as Bike Culver City and Women on Bikes Culver City, as well as many other community organizations. And whereas Michelle Weiner has admirably served the residents of Culver City as a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee since its formation in 2016, serving multiple terms as chair and vice chair, and also served as an advisor for earlier bicycle planning initiatives. And whereas during her tenure on the committee, Michelle Weiner advocated for important mobility issues, particularly as it relates to safety, to decrease the incidence of pedestrian and bicyclist injury, and improve the quality of life in Culver City. And whereas during her tenure, Michelle Weiner provided Culver City staff with valuable input regarding city mobility initiatives, infrastructure projects, including the Exposition to Downtown Connector Project, the La Bayona Safe Routes to School program, and most notably, the creation of the Local Road Safety Plan and the city's first bicycle and pedestrian action plan, which we have more work to do on. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby commends Michelle Weiner for her thoughtfulness and ongoing commitment for the contribution of her dedicated service to the City of Culver City and our wider community, dated this 26th day of August, 2024. Thank you so much for your service.
So nice.
Thank you.
Here you go, Vice Mayor.
Got a lot. Okay. Can we have Mr. Jorge Alvarez come down? Didn't make it today. He's from the Disability Advisory Committee, so we're going to give him a commendation tonight. Thank you for your service, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll go ahead and read. The City of Culver City Commendation Disability Advisory Committee for Jorge Alvarez. Whereas Jorge Alvarez was appointed to the Disability Advisory Committee, DAC, in 2020, served as its chair for the 2023-24 term, and has proudly served the City of Culver City as a highly committed advocate for individuals with disabilities. And whereas Jorge Alvarez continues to be a tenacious voice for persons with disabilities in Culver City and throughout Southern California. And whereas in his role as a DAC member, Jorge Alvarez supported the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department and DAC, enthusiastically volunteering at Community Services Division events such as the annual Abilities Carnival and Resource Fair. And whereas Jorge Alvarez contributed to the discussion and review process for several important DAC projects, including the Culver City Community Survey, Disability Awareness Month commendations and proclamations, the annual Disability Awareness Month Carnival, and more. And whereas he continues to be a persistent and passionate advocate for the rights and needs of individuals with disabilities in Culver City while ensuring equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby commends Jorge Alvarez for his dedication, hard work, and contribution of his, I think it's a he, of his time and talents to the Culver City community and beyond, dated this 26th day of August, 2024, signed by the mayor, myself, and all of the council members. Thank you to Jorge. And then also for the Disability Advisory Committee, we have Lisette Pally. Congratulations, thank you. Whereas Lisette Pally was appointed to the Disability Advisory Committee, DAC, in 2008, and has proudly served the City of Culver City as a highly committed advocate for individuals with disabilities. And whereas Lisette Pally continues to promote and strive for advocacy for persons who are deaf or hard of hearing and encourages us all to take the time to learn about the needs and experiences of Culver City residents living with disabilities. And whereas in her role as a DAC member, Lisette Pally supported the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department and DAC in various initiatives, such as a drive to register emergency contact information of Culver City residents with disabilities with the Culver City Fire Department. And whereas in her role as a DAC member, Lisette Pally also assisted with the prioritization of city ADA projects and the implementation of People's First language in all efforts, while still respecting the preference of those that identify with their disability. And whereas Lisette Pally contributed to the discussion and review process for several important DAC projects, including the Culver City Community Survey, Disability Awareness Month commendations and proclamations, the annual Disability Awareness Month Carnival, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby commends Lisette Pally for her dedication, hard work, and the contribution of her time and talents to the City of Culver City community and beyond. Dated this 26th day of August 2024, signed by the mayor, myself, and all the council members. Congratulations. Put that up and let's do a photo. Thanks again. Dr. Janet Cameron Holt. Come on down. There we go. Hey. Center stage. Perfect. The City of Culver City Commendation Disability Advisory Committee, Dr. Janet Cameron Holt. Whereas Dr. Janet Cameron Holt was appointed to the Disability Advisory Committee, the DAC, in 2014 and has proudly served the City of Culver City as a highly committed advocate for individuals with disabilities. And whereas Dr. Janet Cameron Holt continues to encourage us all to take the time to learn about the needs and experiences of Culver City residents living with disabilities. And whereas in her role as a DAC member, Dr. Janet Cameron Holt served as a voice for persons with disabilities while serving on the boards of numerous local nonprofits, city commissions, and committees throughout the years. And whereas Dr. Janet Cameron Holt contributed to the discussion and review process for several important DAC projects, including the Culver City Community Survey, Disability Awareness Month commendations and proclamations, the annual Disability Awareness Month Carnival, and more. And whereas she continues to use her skills as a poet to eloquently and creatively express the needs and desires of individuals with disabilities in Culver City, striving to ensure equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby commends Dr. Janet Cameron Holt for her dedication, hard work, and the contribution of her time and talents to the Culver City community and beyond. Dated this 26th day of August, signed by the mayor, myself, and all the City Council members. You got it? You good? You done? Yeah.
Okay. So do we have Rachel Feldstein on the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness? You want me to read it? Sorry? Okay. Well, thank you, Rachel. Daniel Barrett, also on the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. Well, thank you, Daniel. The certificate is here for you to pick up.
Do you have a mic? Oh, right there.
Okay, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Culver Hotel. Do we have anyone from the Culver Hotel? Come on down. Hey there, good to see you. Hey there, good to see you. Hi there. Good to see you. We're getting the, come on up, everyone.
All 300 employees.
Okay, I'm going to start reading.
Okay, come on.
City of Culver City commendation celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Culver Hotel. Whereas on September 4th, 1924, Harry Culver opened the doors to the Culver Hotel, originally called the Hunt Hotel, and thousands flocked to see the Culver skyscraper, in quotes. And whereas, as Harry Culver enticed filmmakers to build their studios in Culver City, the Culver Hotel played an important part in the movie industry, housing the cast from Gone with the Wind to The Wizard of Oz, including hundreds of Munchkins as guests. And whereas the Culver Hotel also welcomed legendary stars such as Mickey Rooney, Greta Garbo, Joan Crawford, Lana Turner, Buster Keaton, Dorothy Dandridge, Douglas Fairbanks, Frank Sinatra, Ronald Reagan, and the second floor acted as Harry Culver's business offices. And whereas the hotel's past includes rumors of ghosts and of bygone underground passages used during Prohibition, and to transport actors from the hotel to the nearby Culver studios. And whereas through the years, the hotel has gone through several owners, including John Wayne, Charlie Chaplin, Red Skelton, and even the YMCA. And whereas in 1997, it was registered as a national landmark, and then in 2007, Maya Malik and her family purchased the property and completely renovated it to its current state, meshing past and present decor into 46 beautifully appointed rooms, dining, and event spaces. And whereas the Culver Hotel is an iconic centerpiece of Culver City and a much-loved location for celebrations, including the Party of the Century in celebration of the City of Culver City's 100th birthday. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby commemorates September 4th, 2024, as the 100th anniversary of the Culver Hotel, celebrates the hotel's important role in making Culver City a vibrant destination, and wishes the hotel, its owners, and staff many more years of success as an historical gem in the heart of Screenland. Dated this 26th day of August, 2024, and signed by the mayor, myself, and all the council members.
So much. Thank you. Do I push? Good evening. All right, there we go. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for this incredible honor. I've been in Culver City almost 20 years now, and I was lucky enough one day, 18 years ago, to walk into the Culver Hotel, and I fell in love with the building. It was actually my first time in Culver City, which was kind of odd because I'd never been to Culver City before. And I fell in love with the Culver Hotel, and here we are almost 20 years later, celebrating its 100th birthday. I have some of our team members here because I will tell you it does take a village to run the Culver Hotel. We've seen the city grow and flourish incredibly in the last 2 decades. I'm very grateful for everyone who's been part of that at the city, our neighbors, and really everyone from the community who's contributed to this beautiful city that we are lucky enough to be able to come to every day to work and to play and to live. I wanted to say a special thank you, of course, to our whole staff that's been with us for many years. Some standing here have been with us since day one, and I want to say thank you for that. I also want to say a special thank you to Mr. Harry Culver himself, because thanks to his vision and his entrepreneurial spirit, he created a foundation for an incredible city, which 100 years later, as you said, we celebrated in 2017, and here we are in 2024 with his beautiful, iconic landmark properties still thriving in a city that's thriving, and I think that's really a feather in his hat. And having that type of vision and having it really stay true and be so energized a century later is really quite magical. So thank you all for this honor tonight. I always feel like the Culver Hotel is on loan. It's part of history, and we are doing our best every day to keep that history alive and to continue the legacy of Harry Culver and the city that he built. And let's hope for another amazing 100 years. So thank you all.
Last but not least, we're going to do a recognition for Mickey Harino for Sushi Mashiko. I'm going to read a little bio. Yes, please, everyone join us. Thank you so much. Hello. Oh, for me? We're celebrating you all. Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming. Oh, this is beautiful. Hello, everyone. Let's squeeze in here. Hello, friends. This is beautiful. We're cozy up here, friends. Okay. Sushi Mashiko was established in, yes, come on, friends. Was established in 1990 by Chef Motoshi Harino. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Also known as Mickey to many others who knew him. Mickey was traditionally trained under a master in Japan for over 10 years, where he was able to hone his skills by working at well-known sushi restaurants before coming to Los Angeles and opening his own restaurant here in Culver City. The opening of Sushi Mashiko established one of the very first sushi restaurants in the city. Mashiko is a humble location, having not changed very much all this time. It has every quality of a warm, loving, and incredibly satisfying restaurant that those who have visited have come to know and love. The name Mashiko is named after a small town, and I'm going to mess this up, but I'm going to do my very best, in Tochigi Prefecture. Japan, where Chef Mickey grew up. The town is well known for its ceramics and pottery. In his spare time, Mickey enjoys gardening and practices Nichiren Buddhism with the Soka Gakkai International. He has dedicated every day of the past 34 years to his family and community. This is beautiful, y'all. Demonstrating the Buddhist proverb, the profound insight is that now is the last moment of one's life through his behavior. Thank you and congratulations, Mickey, for feeding Culver City, Los Angeles, and many more for 30 years. And I do just want to read very quickly. On behalf of the City Council and the City of Culver City, you are commended for outstanding commitment and dedication to providing high-quality service to the City of Culver City for 34 years. Visitors to Sushi Mashiko have been able to enjoy meals prepared by traditionally trained head chef Mickey Harino with the help of his wife Kiko and 3 daughters, and have felt multiple generations of families while keeping prices accessible for all to enjoy. Thank you for your many, many years of service, and best wishes for an enjoyable retirement. You wanna say anything?
Oh, thank you very much.
So I just wanted to,
Go ahead.
sorry, I just wanted to say, so my sisters and I grew up in the Culver City School District where we played sports, made lifelong friends, and yes, worked at the restaurant after school and during summer. Our parents' restaurant supported us from elementary to college and gave us a job when we didn't have one. On behalf of our family, we wanted to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support of the Culver City community throughout the years, as you can see. The loyalty and patronage we received were the cornerstone of our success for these 34 years at Sushi Mashiko. It has been an honor to have served Culver City, and we are deeply touched by the memories we've built here. The connections we've made are not bound by the walls of our restaurant. And thank you, Mayor McMorrin, your staff, and the City Council members for today. On behalf of our family and friends, we would like to present to you this card and flowers of our appreciation. Thank you so much.
Would everyone please join me to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your patience. There is no report on action taken in closed session. We're going to move now to community announcements by members. Councilmember Vera. And if you all could just leave quietly so we can proceed with the meeting. Thank you so much.
Just real quick, I wanted to thank staff, thanks PRCS, and Director Stevens, I don't know if he's still here or not, for an outstanding job at Fiesta La Bayona. You guys did an outstanding job, and I just really wanted to say we had a great time, and thanks for everybody involved. Mayor, that's it for me.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for the success that we had with the lawsuit that we had been fighting regarding the MOVE project. For people who have seen it, we came out of that with actually winning all the claims. So thank you, staff, for a fantastic job.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Just +1 for the appreciation to staff for the Fiesta La Bayona. Special appreciation to the Parks, Recreation, and Community Service team. Also, special shout out for their work on the Lindbergh Park Pavilion. I know that that's finished, so thanks to the Parks team for all the work that they did on that project. August 17th was National Nonprofit Day. It's a day to honor the contributions of the nonprofit sector to our society and economy. Nonprofits are a crucial part of our workforce. They employ about 12 million people in the United States, and they provide essential services and programs that improve the lives of millions of Americans. So if you have a particular nonprofit that you have an affinity for, I hope you provide some love or a contribution if that's within your means. Last but not least, today is National Dog Day. So to all those with four-legged or tripod furry friends, I hope you give them an extra treat today. Shelters in the county are overcrowded, so please consider adopting a dog or donating to a shelter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just also echoing what Councilmember Puza and Barra said about the Fiesta. It was a great event. Hats off to our staff for pulling that off. I know it's a challenge each year to wrangle the community into a space and keep everybody happy, and they do their best. I really appreciated all the great entertainment. I appreciated all the booths that were, communicating to the public about what's going on in the city and the various departments. I thought that was valuable, and I also want to really shout out all the volunteers who helped. It was all not just a staff project, but also volunteers, and it went really well. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you. I also would like to give a thanks to the entire PRCS staff for all of the volunteers and all of the Culver City departments that participated in Fiesta. Thank you for being there and making the event magical for all of us. I was trying to find the link for the feedback, which I don't see readily. Oh, never mind. If you go to fiestalabayona.org, there is a on the grid, there's one that says Fiesta Survey, so we always love to hear feedback. So folks, if you enjoyed it, if you feel like there's areas of improvement, please don't forget to give feedback at the survey there at fiestalabayona.org. I did want to wish all of our Culver City young folks a happy back to school. I'm looking forward to continued partnership with our school board to find solutions for our community and our young folks here. I also just wanted to do a little plug for our last summer concert series. That'll be this Thursday at the Culver City Steps. The Economic Development team has continued to do an outstanding job with that program. And if you're free on Thursday, I think Thursday's around 7. It's a fun, fantastic time, and it's the last one for the season. So hope to see folks out there. I did just want to flag, this came to me late, so apologies. I would have done a recognition, but August is now recognized as Transgender History Month. It started just this year. So it's brand new in California, but considering the national climate and just things that are even happening locally and regionally, it's always good to just affirm our neighbors and allies in the LGBTQIA+ community, specifically our transgender community, and making sure that we have that information is incredibly important, and that we are affirming all of our neighbors and their right to be exactly as they are. So just wanted to uplift that. And at the very, very last thing, I am wearing white, which is rare for me, and I haven't gotten anything on it, which I'm very proud of. But today is Women's Equality Day. It is observed annually today on August 26th. It marks the adoption of the 19th Amendment in 1920, which granted some women the right to vote. While this was a pivotal victory, it wasn't the end of the struggle for women's rights. It wasn't until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that more comprehensive protections were established for historically excluded groups in the United States, officially recognized by Congress in 1973. National Women's Equality Day not only commemorates these achievements, but also underscores the importance of continued advocacy to achieve true gender equality. I just wanted to lift that up and celebrate all of the women and girls, a lot going on in the ecosystem that makes women and girls very proud. So I'll digress there and shift over to see if there are any updates from commissions, boards, and/or committees or information items from staff. Thank you.
I believe there are none.
Okay. Sounds good. So we'll move on to the update on the homelessness emergency, including Project Home Key, Safe Camping, and other housing programs. And I'm going to run to the back to get some water, but I will hear you back there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hello, for the sake of the public, I am Tevis Barnes. I am the Housing and Human Services Director. It is always a pleasure to be before council to highlight our efforts to address homelessness. I want to start the presentation and also conclude the presentation this evening with a series of thank yous to folks and organizations that are making efforts to support our unhoused neighbors. I first want to thank Amazon. Amazon staff have a service day, and they made 200 hygiene packets for our unhoused neighbors, which includes a little snack bar, some body wipes, socks, a toothbrush, and some toothpaste. And inside, they gave messages such as, kindness is always beautiful, and this one, you never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have. Bob Marley. So thank you to Amazon. We will distribute these hygiene packets to our mobile crisis team at Wellness Village, and also to our police and fire departments. When we experience someone experiencing homelessness and they need a hygiene pack. I also want to thank Elizabeth Machuca, who is a representative of Mary Kay, who donated these very high-quality beauty boxes to our unhoused neighbors. And they also include this beautiful scarf as well. So we will be distributing these as well to our various interim and supportive housing programs. So now I'm going to turn over and give a snapshot of what we got going on. What you're looking at is a photo of two of our council members with the director of Wellness Village, Carrie Bell. Just last week, we celebrated the 1-year anniversary of Wellness Village. So we'll speak more to that as we move on through our slides, but next slide, please. So to give the council and the community an update of what we got going on, now these are of June 30th, 24. So these dates reflect that time frame. During that time frame, we had 14 guests at Wellness Village. Since Wellness Village started, 58 guests have participated in the program, And of that, 30 have moved on to either Project Home Key or other housing resources such as long-term care or veterans housing. Focusing now on our motel master leasing and nutrition program. I'm going to pause for a moment because I'm getting a bit of food feedback. I'm going to go ahead and proceed. So for our motel master leasing and nutrition program, as of June 30th, we had 33 folks participating. 81 folks have participated since January of 23, with 41 participants transitioning to either Project Home Key or other housing resources, and we have served over 28,000 meals. Next slide, please. For our Project Home Key site, for the permanent supportive side, we have 37 residents, and we are at 100% capacity. For our interim housing site, we have 29 residents out of the 38 rooms, and we are at 76% capacity, and we probably will be at full capacity by the end of this month. Next slide, please. This is our mobile crisis team. We want to thank Parks and Recs for allowing us to participate in Festival La Bayona. What you are looking at now is a proud Culver City High School alum and also our mental health clinician, Dr. Nicole, and she is with Teddy, our emotional support animal. The mobile crisis team was activated in March, and in that time, they have helped 34 of our unhoused neighbors move into our interim housing sites. They have responded to over 400 calls. They have made 311 contacts and done 75 mental health evaluations. Next slide, please. I want to take an opportunity to thank just amazing people, just a lot of them just private citizens and organizations who, when we were bringing Safe Sleep into fruition, just really opened up their hearts to us. So I'm going to take a moment to thank these folks and what they have brought to the program and to our participants. The Rotary Plaza has given baked goods, the Exchange Club provided funds, and those funds were used for personal hygiene items and for clothing. Temple Akiba for meals, special meals on Sunday. I want to especially say thank you to Sarah Fields, Rebecca Anderson, and yes, we have yoga classes at Wellness Village done by a private citizen who, this is really transformative to a lot of folks' lives. Lisa Scully, anybody who's ever met her, beautiful woman, does beautiful things, runs Grace Diner. Ira Diamond, who provides shoes to the homeless. We also have Amy Ramirez and Lisa Thompson with Project ID. Now, you just don't know how important it is for folks who are unhoused to get their documentation. I've heard a saying, you can't get a house until you have an address. And they help folks to get everything they need, birth certificates, IDs, all those things you need to move forward. Ira McAlany, Better Angels. He does games and just creative activities with our guests. Melissa Score, who runs our AA panels. Victoria Sanchez, who brings Starbucks to the folks at Wellness Village. Carlos Ramirez, behavioral therapy. Clarissa Shelley, from the West Side Church. They bring in just all kinds of donations and engaging the guests there. And lastly, True Connect, which brings in free phones. And you can't imagine how important that is if you are unhoused and you do not have a way to stay connected. So I want to thank all those individuals who have taken their personal time and sometimes their personal money to support our neighbors at Wellness Village. So in celebration of their 1 year, we're going to show you a video that was put out in the public by Spectrum, but we would like the community to see how impactful Wellness Village has been to our community in this short period of time.
Unzipping his tent never gets old for Kanish Koset. Maybe because it's... Unzipping his tent never gets old for Kanish Koset. Maybe because it's the closest thing he's ever felt to a home.
I've never, not one time, had to question whether or not my housing would just be ripped from me. Good girl, good girl.
As he walks around his new community with his new dog Zendaya, Koset says his struggles started at birth. The son of addicts, he's gone from the streets to the foster care system, back to the streets.
The hardest part has been honestly feeling less than human. My son right here.
Maybe never more so than a few months ago, while sleeping on a nearby park bench, where he would routinely meet his wife and baby boy, who live in a nearby women and children shelter. He says he was told to leave and not come back.
I always thought that life was just going to be survival. I didn't know that I would ever get to a point in my life where there would be more than just survival.
But then hope arrived. An outreach member from the Urban Alchemy Safe Sleep Village encouraged him to give the place a try. Here rows of white canvas tents line an empty parking lot, offering the unhoused a safe haven without strict rules on drug use, curfews, or pets.
Not just like people are running around all willy-nilly in here with drugs and things like that, but it's soft. Thank you, boss man, appreciate it.
Each tent costing less than a tiny home at $44,000, includes communal kitchens, sinks, showers, charging stations, and a TV. Ideal for those not ready to live indoors.
This is a perfect model for those that are coming like straight off the street, not necessarily ready for housing.
A recovering addict who spent years in and out of prison. Carrie Bell is now the director of the Culver City site. She says the organization has helped about 1,500 people across LA this year, with 36% finding permanent housing.
I see people moving forward a lot faster. You know I love you. This could be all right.
For Koset, this village has been more than a shelter. It's been a lifeline. With a new baby on the way, he's working towards becoming a security guard and securing an apartment for his growing family.
This place is giving me a home that I never thought I would have, and I've received love that I never thought that I would receive and that my family would receive.
If it takes a village to tackle homelessness, Koset believes he has found his here.
So thank you to the community for supporting Wellness Village in its first year. I'm now going to conclude and turn the presentation over to our Assistant City Manager, Michael Bruckner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Mike Bruckner, Assistant City Manager. Tonight, I am pleased to present to you the city's homeless reporting dashboard. The dashboard reflects the city's commitment to providing accountability and transparency regarding our community's significant investments in supporting our unhoused population. But before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the following individuals, departments, and contract partners who help support this effort. Aramis White Sharon in the City Manager's Office, Dr. Dan Richardson and Ben Vu from the Culver City Mobile Crisis Team, Captain Andrew Belante in the Culver City Police Department, Cara Flores in the Culver City Fire Department, St. Joseph Center, Urban Alchemy, Exodus Recovery, Healthcare in Action, and Woods Maintenance Services. I'd also like to specifically acknowledge Anissa DiVincenti in our IT department, who helped put together the online dashboard that you see here, as well as Brenda Diaz, Christina Stoffers, and Director Barnes sitting to my right, who spent countless hours working back and forth with me and the team on finalizing the dashboard and being able to present this to you this evening. This dashboard would not have been possible without the support of these individuals and organizations who not only collect the data, but are working every day in Culver City to support our homeless services and programs. The city's homeless reporting dashboard is currently live on the city's website and can be accessed by visiting the Housing and Human Services Department website or by visiting www.culvercity.org/homeless dashboard. We will also have a link on the city's main page tomorrow, along with community outreach over the next several weeks about the dashboard's availability. When accessing the site, viewers are taken to this landing page, which provides a summary overview of the city's homeless programs and services, and they can dive deeper by selecting one of the 7 program areas below to view the key performance indicators that we have collected, nearly 70 in all. By selecting, for example, and we'll stay with the theme of Wellness Village, scroll down, takes you to a specific landing page for the Wellness Village Safe Sleep program, a summary overview, as well as some videos. The data on the site is noted as of June 30th, 2024. All of the data on the dashboard is for the entirety of fiscal year 2023-2024 for the initial launch, and we plan on updating the data on a quarterly basis as we move through the remainder of this fiscal year. So the next data download that we'll get will be in September, and we will update the dashboard sometime in mid to late October. So for example, when an individual comes to visit the Wellness Village page, again, you see all of the performance measures for Wellness Village. If they're interested in diving deeper into one of these specific measures, here we have wellness checks. For all of fiscal year 2024, there were 7,704 wellness checks. And if folks are interested in when those occurred, we have a monthly breakdown here to show how that activity happened each month. Each one of the performance measures is broken down by month. They're oriented on this page for mobile accessibility as well as ADA requirements. And like I said, we'll continue to keep updating the dashboard as we move through the quarter. In addition to the charts, we also have a table as well, so folks can copy and paste the numbers and play around with it if they're interested with it. Like I said, there are 7 program areas. We cover our encampment resolution, our mobile crisis team, our homeless outreach, Wellness Village, our motel master leasing, and as well as our 2 Project Home Key sites, the interim and permanent side. So that concludes my presentation of the homeless dashboard, and Director Barnes and I are available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to look at the dashboard while you were going through, but I did end up having a search dashboard. Is there like a bit.ly or like a shorter link to get here? Or what's the best way to get here? Because I was on the homelessness site, but had trouble finding it.
If you go to culvercity.org/homeless dashboard,
Homeless dashboard,
it'll
okay.
take you directly to the page.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for quickly answering that. We'll go around and I'll go through my questions at the end. Councilmember Wier.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes, for your compassion, all your hard work, and the love that you've shown to this project and to our unhoused population here in the city. I saw Aramis. I don't know where she is. There she is. Thank you both. Words can't go. I can't describe enough how much I'm really appreciative of all of you guys for the hard work, dedication, and love and compassion that you've shown our unhoused community. I really appreciate it. And Ms. Barnes, is it possible to share the slideshow with us, all the council members, so I can have that for my own record, please?
Yes, we will transmit it, and I believe the mayor asked during our last presentation for us to upload all the PowerPoints that we have given since the emergency started. So we are working to supply that as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. This is very impressive first year, and the dashboard is going to come in very, very handy for a lot of people who ask these questions. So I really appreciate this, and I am so proud of that we gave you sort of a direction and a budget, and all different departments got together, and you put this together, and it's sort of a shining example in the whole LA County. So thank you for delivering such a high quality.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you for the report and the presentation. I'm looking forward to looking through the dashboard. And also, I know when you announced this, you said it would be ready in late August, and here we are in late August, so congratulations. Thank you very much for that. That's all my questions and comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thanks, Mayor. Like everyone, thanks Director Barnes and your whole team. I know we communicate almost daily, and I appreciate you taking my calls and all of the work that each and every one of you do. It's so critical, and it's done with heart. Thanks to Assistant City Manager Bruckner for all the work on the dashboard. It definitely is helpful. I'd also like to, since this is related, can we direct at this time a letter to Governor Newsom highlighting everything that we've done? And I know he's threatened publicly to pull funding away from cities and counties, and we should be getting funding from the state. Do we need 3 nodding heads to make that request?
I would support that as a nodding head.
Well, I know we
Nodding
usually
heads
do this at the
end.
end,
Is
but
that okay if we?
it's kind of related. And then, obviously, Urban Alchemy and Carrie Bell and what they do. I have Ms. Bell's number on speed dial, and she's been very responsive as well. And in relation to the gentleman who was profiled there, I think I caught that he's formerly foster youth.
Yes, he is.
Okay, I know that we've been talking about planning a meet and greet with local property owners to highlight the foster youth to independence program that we, initiated recently. So I just want to put that, do we have a date for that?
We do not have a date certain, but what we would like to do, as you're mentioning, and just for the sake of the public, we were approached by Safe Place for Youth and the California Youth Connection. HUD has put out new funding vouchers, which is rare, for transition age youth who are transitioning out of foster care. Because what it has been found, a large percentage of our unhoused population come from the foster care system. They either go to the streets or to jail or both. And so HUD is trying desperately to catch them before that happens. And so this council approved applying for a grant through HUD. We were awarded 5 vouchers through the Foster Youth and Independence Program. I believe the Vice Mayor is referring to a meet and greet we would like to do, or we plan to do, with property owners to attract them to participate in the program and make their units available to the, is referred to as the FYI program. So we're looking forward to doing that.
Okay, great, thank you. So any landlords out there that would be willing to make their property units available, please keep your ears out and ask us. And then I just wanted to, this is the last thing, there's been some public discourse about how some of these programs were initiated. And I just want to be clear for myself. Was there, prior to our emergency housing order in January 23, was there any direction, like 3 votes, 5 votes from council to begin the safe camping setup or the master leasing program with the hotels?
This is staff's recollection. When I was first appointed officially to this position, it was around the time where the city, and please forgive me if my recollection is a little off, when the city declared an emergency on homelessness. And these were my marching orders. You need to do 3 things: activate a safe sleep program, finish up Project Home Key, and create the motel program, and to formalize that with lease agreements, while simultaneously also finalizing, standing up the Housing and Human Services Department and also our mobile crisis team. So as staff, those are the directions that I was given from council, and that is how I have proceeded over the last year.
Okay. So after and not before January 23rd, or January 2023. And then I want to confirm as well, I think it was at the time Mayor Vera that requested that we agendize exploring what's now the Healthcare in Action, the street medicine program. I don't know if you have that information in front of you or recall, but that's the way I remember it as well.
That is correct, and staff was instructed to pursue that. We met with Healthcare in Action. They did a presentation in front of council, you may recall, and then we brought that back for formal action. They were activated just after the mobile crisis team.
Okay, great. And this is not to say that any council has ever not wanted to take care of our homeless, but I just want to make sure that it's known that this council moved it forward. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks so much for your work, and just, I don't want to let the moment that the Vice Mayor has provided to provide timelines. I know that there's, minutes and conversations of safe sleeping, and I guess the gray area that comes in from a former Mayor Fish in my time on the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee that has since been dissolved earlier this year. Unfortunately, I would say. But, I think it comes down to we've got new leadership. This Housing and Human Services Department was founded, I believe, in August of 2022. I recall many times trying to figure out what we were doing with housing and homelessness when I first got on the council, and many times there was a housing matrix that was shared with me about this is all the things that we are doing. The Virginia lot was there. Former Mayor Fish and I did do direction to explore safe camping and safe parking. There are minutes to that effect. I think, just to lift that up, I don't have that handy right now because I was focused on asking questions about the presentation, but there has been work done prior to January 2023 as it pertains to housing and homelessness, and thank you for acknowledging that, Vice Mayor O'Brien. But to get to the presentation this evening, thank you again so much for all of the work. I'm so grateful that all of my questions that I ask about number of people and how many programs and by name lists, I'm so grateful that that has led to this formal document and tool. And although I've been scrolling and looking at it while it's just been introduced, I will probably have more questions in the next iteration of presentation. So again, thank you so much for making that happen swiftly and incorporating my attention to data, which I think should be at the core of all of the work that we do up here. I did want to ask hold on, because I was trying to find the date from those minutes, but let's stay focused. I did get an email from a resident that's in the Project Home Key. Again, we don't have to specifically speak about this person, but there were, some concerns lifted up about basically quality of life and the rules and treatment. I know when we started talking about this program and we applied for the grant in 2021, we received and we're hopefully going to have Project Home Key open to the public in the fall of 2022, but unfortunately due to construction delays and things that we couldn't control, it came online in the fall of 2023. Are we able to make sure that we hear from folks who live there? Do we have a direct line to the residents who are there from the city and staff? Are we hearing directly about how things are going so that we can be responsive? I know that the day-to-day is mostly managed by the Exodus folks, and we're very grateful for their leadership and their management of the site, but I just did get some pretty concerning feedback, so I don't know if this is a one-off, if we have established sort of a mechanism to hear from folks, so I did want to ask that in a public forum.
Again, we have the luxury of being small, and so, city staff is on site at all of our projects, and we converse with the folks. Plus, our mobile crisis team is out there and can chat with folks, and also Healthcare in Action. And folks have reached out directly to me. They have my email, and if they have a question or concern, and then I will follow up with either our service provider, and that's at all our programs. It's not just Home Key. So they do have lines of communication directly to me. Some folks even have my cell phone number. There are staff on site, city staff, that they can converse with. There's also the mobile crisis team and also Healthcare in Action, who are on site at all our projects at least one day a week.
Got it. Thank you for that. I'll just plus one that to, or amplify that to folks who do reach out to me, because I have heard from some folks, particularly about that site and the management, about it being akin to like a psych ward with some of the language utilized for me, and that was a red flag. So hopefully we're just keeping eyes on that and making sure that our neighbors are being treated with respect and well, and I know that that is something that we all share as a core value, so I'll make sure that they have your contact information to reach out. Assistant City Manager Bruckner, how many KPIs did you say that were identified, and how were they identified or selected to be a KPI for the dashboard?
So we have approximately 70 in total
Okay.
across 7 program areas. I think the exact number is 68. When we met to discuss the universe of what was possible, things that we were just thinking we could collect if we had perfect data, there were many more, but we were able to whittle it down with our contract providers and our internal service folks to this number here. We took a look at other homeless dashboards to see the type of information that they were collecting. We tried to model as much of that as we could, understanding that we aren't our own continuum of care, so we don't have an HMIS system that allows us to have access to all of the data that, say, Los Angeles County has access to. But we could get to a lot of it, and that's what you're seeing reflected in the dashboard.
And have we shared this with some of the folks in the homelessness space at the county levels, whether it's La Casa, LASA, or any of the other bodies that are focused on homelessness and housing right now?
We have not.
Maybe we could, maybe we should. How's our by name list? I haven't asked about it in a while because we have been getting a lot of the data with these dashboards. Is that something that we're still monitoring? Is that something that we're still looking to? I know a lot of our programs are fully at capacity or very close to being, which we're grateful for. Folks are getting support. Do we still have a significant list, or is that something that we could share?
We pretty much have dwindled down our list. We still are actively have our Project Home Key by name list because we're still working on the interim side. Staff has met, and we're in the process of reestablishing the by name list for the other programs as well. So when the mobile crisis team or Healthcare in Action and even staff are out there, we keep a collection of who we're encountering. what we think it's appropriate for them in terms of, if it's the motels or if it's wellness village, and then also gathering data on those individuals in our HMIS system so we can understand acuity and need.
Okay. Where are we with the safe parking pilot?
We have just finalized revising our lease agreement with the motel. We're also finalizing our agreement with Urban Alchemy, who will be providing the on-site services at the motel.
Okay.
And once those are established, we will start putting together the various rules for that program. Now, remember, it's a pilot program. We're
Right.
opening it up for 5 spaces.
Right.
We did ask council did approve of a small bit of funding to help folks who might need minor repairs or to get registration.
Right.
And then we'll be working with our, you may recall, we expanded our outreach with Urban Alchemy, and then also our mobile crisis team. So we will be also establishing a by name list for Safe Sleep because we only have 5 spaces.
Right.
So we'll have to, make sure we measure folks' acuity for those spaces.
Okay, sounds good. I know the county does have like a RV kind of program, or some type of, it's probably much bigger, but I don't know if there are any lessons learned or best practices, whether identifying any of that might be helpful as we shape out this program.
We
or
will
this
be
very
looking
small
at
pilot.
Safe Park LA. Now, we cannot accommodate RVs at our program.
Okay.
We have no capacity for their size and to deal with their tanks. So we will only take vehicles.
Okay, fair enough. And I know that services offered is language used quite a bit in reporting or just as folks talk about various things as it pertains to housing and homelessness. What does that actually look like in Culver City? So if someone says services were offered, what does that mean?
Please excuse me, but I'm not understanding the context of your question.
Well, sometimes we get reports or they'll, the conversation will be, an unhoused person was encountered somewhere in our community and services were offered to them and either they declined or they just moved on or something like that. So, but the synopsis is generally services were offered. So I was just curious as to what that actually meant in terms of a reporting metric.
Now, we do have Dr. Dan in our audience tonight, but this is what usually happens during an outreach and engagement process. We will encounter someone. It starts off as simple as, do you want some water? You want something to eat? How are you doing? Are you interested? We got these programs available. Would you be possibly interested in participating? That is what we refer to as services offered. We may come back, I don't know how many times, it just depends on how long it takes. And that process will continue, and we go into greater detail. We have this program over here called Wellness Village. This is what they do over there. You might want to be interested. You want to go see it? That's usually the kind of conversations that we have when we say services were offered. Or, I see you got that sore right there. Do you want some help with that? Those types of things. Or I see you're with your partner. Would you guys like, some place where you could be together and not have to separate? So those are some general conversations, and they vary based upon what you observe in the field and what you believe that person, and the varies just talking to them and understanding what their needs are.
And folks who are offering will know like how many spaces are available at the various sites?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and do we ever offer services that are outside of Culver City?
Well, if we're dealing with the Department of Mental Health or a variety of other services, they are outside of Culver City.
Right, but like, So, for example, I know it looks like we have room at Wellness Village, but sometimes we don't because, folks are utilizing the spaces, and we're grateful for that. And that tends to be, if I'm understanding correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that tends to be probably the first place that people go if someone is encountered, but maybe not. You're shaking your head, so maybe not. But if there was a world that we didn't have any spaces, that our interim project Home Key is filled, we got all 20 tents at Wellness Village filled, the motel, for whatever the reason, is filled, and maybe the safe parking spots haven't come online yet. What would we be able to offer then?
First, we look at, again, the person's needs, and some folks may be more appropriate for Wellness Village. We've been fortunate that we've had space available because we're moving folks from either wellness or the motels into Home Key. So we have, certain spots available. We always try to keep 1 or 2 spots available just in case. But in those situations, particularly if a person has specialized care that these facilities cannot provide for them, or if someone gets to go into treatment, we will look for spaces outside of the city. You will see some exits on the dashboard. Some of those exits are for people who've gone into a treatment facility, and all of those are outside of the city.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't gotten a chance to really delve into it, so next time I'll be able to give some feedback on that. So my last 2, and thank you so much for being thoughtful about your responses to my questions. I deeply appreciate it. As it pertains to, I know that sort of the homelessness is kind of separate from like evictions or tenant, concerns. We know that those things can sometimes be related quite a bit, particularly in LA County. Do we have, and I know some of the eviction information is sensitive, but do we keep, even if it's not published on the dashboard, do we internally as Housing and Human Services track the evictions in Culver City? Are we doing, just to make sure that we're monitoring the flow, the potential flow into homelessness in our community? I just want to make sure that that's something that we're looking at.
So I'm going to assume you're referring to 2 types of eviction. There's evictions that happen in the private market. Under our rent control and tenant protection ordinances, a property owner is required to submit to us any eviction notices. So once those are received, we will reach out and inform the tenant of services that we provide under BETZEDEC. So those that take place with the house folks under the regular market. With regards to folks who are unhoused who may be participating in our programs and going through an eviction, which are rare, we are in great detail of contact with the property owner if it's at one of our motels or with one of our service providers. But before it even comes to that, the person is offered other housing choices that may meet their needs.
Got it. Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to follow up on something. This was from, it looks like 8/23 of last year. And we were able to get, it looks like there were, based on my notes, 4 out of 5 nodding heads to bring back pursuing potentially a new Home Key project or other avenues for permanent housing for our unhoused neighbors. Is that still in the, I know that some of the state funding is like a little in flux right now because of budgetary issues, but are we actively looking and pursuing opportunities for additional permanent capital A or just affordable housing in our community? Is that something that's still in the back burner?
Now, for Project Home Key, that's once HCD decides they're going to release Project Home Key 4, which we don't think is going to happen, but it could. We, of course, would make this council aware and seek directions from that. but understanding these are very competitive and you must have site control usually for these projects, or they will overlook you because they want to make sure that you're going to be able to bring the project to fruition. Staff is constantly looking at opportunities to bring in additional funding. And if an opportunity presents itself where we can increase affordable housing units, which is largely done through our planning and development department through the density bonus. I cannot remember the number, but quite a few affordable housing units are being brought online. We are actively working with Jubilo Village with regards to their project and hoping to bring that to fruition. And I also believe our city manager's office is working with the Vende as well. So we are actively at this moment as we speak, working through our density bonus, working with Jubilo Village, which we have committed $4 million from city funds and then another $1 million from Isaac Bryan, and then also with the Vende.
Very good. Very grateful that things are coming together, and always grateful for our assembly members' support on our housing goals. Okay, well, those are my questions. Thank you very much. Looking forward, probably the updates tend to be every 2-ish months now, so looking forward to having you all back to provide additional updates. Again, thank you so much for all of the work. It's not easy to stand up these programs and also do the data and reporting and collecting, and we appreciate all that y'all are doing to make it a transparent process. Thank you so much for the presentation this evening. We're going to move on. My iPad kicked me out, but we're going to move on to joint public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we know how many public comments we have?
We have approximately 37 comments, and before we start calling names, I'd like to read the statement regarding hate speech.
Thank you.
Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Alrighty, so I'm going to get started here, and I do want to just give a friendly reminder that anyone who is ceding time to another person, that person can only be seated 1 minute from one person per item, okay? Okay, so our first few speakers are Matthew Patrick, Allison Ferruto, Ron Ostrin, Hala Khan, Maria Begg, Mariah Fontaine, Fawaz Istwani, Nicholas Connor, and Travis Morgan, with 1 minute seated by Joanne Mishui. So our first speaker is Matthew Patrick.
To speak about our softball team. I'm the head coach for our 12 and under team here in Culver City. We have a group of girls who want to stay active, build their confidence, learn teamwork through softball, but we're unable to field a team because we don't have a space to practice or play. Currently in the fall, field space is dedicated to soccer, with some leftover field time going to boys baseball. We've lost many of our best players to Ladera, Santa Monica, and West LA because we're unable to guarantee field space or schedule games at this time. In a city as prosperous as Culver City, our children shouldn't be denied the ability to participate in sports due to a lack of space. I would urge the Parks and Recs Department to find a way to schedule both soccer and baseball, softball in the fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Ferruto.
I think she said she could make it.
Not seeing them in chambers or on WebEx. Our next speaker will be Ron Ostrin. Ron, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, this
Hi.
is Ron Ostrin.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. First off, I want to congratulate the council on the great progress that we have made in housing people since the last election, and I hope we can keep that progress up. But I did want to talk about the MOVE project. The court was very clear, the lack of clear.
Ron, are you still?
Yeah, I'm here. There's some lag going on that I'm hearing things in the back, but the bottom line I wanted to indicate. Okay. Hi there. Yeah, this is Ron Ostrin. I've been interrupted. There's some technical difficulties.
Maybe we can come back to him.
Ron, if you have the meeting playing on any other device, maybe turn it off. We can come back to you.
Please do.
Okay. Our next speaker is Hala Khan.
Respected council members, thank you for giving us the time again. My name is Hala. I have been a Culver City resident for 24 years. I'm here to, of course, congratulate all the work for the homeless and the housingless community, but also trying to move the discussion further that we want to acknowledge the sense of belonging for all the community members. And last council meeting, we requested to agendize a ceasefire resolution because a lot of our community has been hurting. And thank you for the council member, Vice Mayor O'Brien, for meeting with us and talking to us. And, I just want to move the conversation further that to attend to the pain and division in the community, we would really appreciate if the council would consider agendizing a mutual permanent ceasefire resolution so that the isolation our community feels, that people who don't look, sound, name different don't feel like they're not part of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Begg.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria, and I'm here today in support of agendizing and passing a mutual, permanent, and immediate ceasefire resolution. I spoke at the last council meeting, and I also had the opportunity to meet with Vice Mayor O'Brien, so thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I'm a Culver City resident and a homeowner, but most importantly, I'm the mother of 2 beautiful Muslim children. As a parent, I'm constantly asking myself if I'm doing everything I can to keep my children safe. Am I raising them in a community that respects and loves them and values them? I used to think that Culver City was that community, but the ongoing genocide and humanitarian crisis in Gaza has fueled hate and division in Culver City. This council has stood up against anti-Semitism, but has been silent on anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian hate, and is dividing this community, and it has caused me to question whether or not me and my family made the right decision buying a house here. But passing a mutual and immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution is a step towards healing and uniting this community. It's a step toward creating a safe and inclusive environment, not only for my children and children that look like my children, but for all children in Culver City and in this entire community. So again, I ask you, please agendize and pass a mutual permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariah Fontaine.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mariah Fontaine. I am a Culver City resident, homeowner, and a teacher at Culver City High School since 2009. I am asking the council to agendize an immediate and mutual permanent ceasefire resolution tonight for a vote at the September 9th council meeting. For the past 10 months, the devastation and death of innocent civilians, most of them who are children, in Palestine, Israel, has kept me up at night, wondering what I can do to convince my local, state, and federal governments to enact a ceasefire and end weapons transfers to the foreign armies causing this destruction. I know that my students are seeing the same images that haunt me, and I wonder how this is impacting their mental health. So sorry. Impacting their mental health and wellness. I myself have felt helpless and depressed knowing that my labor and taxes are helping to fund this killing of innocents. As a school teacher who cares deeply for the well-being of all children, I am horrified and have contemplated quitting my job or working fewer hours so that I will not be complicit with the contribution of more of my tax dollars. This is why I'm here today to ask that you would agendize the ceasefire resolution, mutual and permanent, that our beloved city would be among the peacemakers, for they are blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fawaz Istwani, followed by Nicholas Connor.
Hello, Council City members. My name is Fawaz Istwani. I'm here to remind you guys of the resolution we did on October 27th. It was definitely one-sided and only spoke out to the horrific acts of October 7th. It unfairly spoke nothing of the 75 years of the Palestinian struggle. Freedom of press, freedom of speech are given and reflect on all of us to have our own way of life. However, by our council members speaking in that resolution, it minimized our voices for peace. Innocent children have been killed, and every time we want to come out and speak to stop the violence, we can't help but hearing people calling us names, terrorists, and among other things. I am a 25-year homeowner, also a business owner. We do invest in 4 lots, 17 units, and we pay tens of thousands of dollars to the city. I think a couple of years ago we paid about $60,000 because our new construction. So we're a contributor to the city, and we'd like to be counted. The new resolution we're asking you to put in place would heal our pain and suffering. Would also bring equality and courage for people to speak out against violence. We also, just like the Culver Hotel, we're coming to our 100-year anniversary at our business, and we'd like to put this behind us, make peace with our neighbors, be able to speak for equality, and celebrate our 100-year anniversary. Thank you, O'Brien, for stepping forward and helping us to work out the situation, and thank you, city members.
Excuse me, Mr. Fawaz. Can I ask you a quick question about when your 100-year celebration is? When are you celebrating? How many years in business?
March
20. So we'll put that'll be for you, but so make a note of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Connor, followed by Travis Morgan.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Nicholas Connor. I'm a homeowner, a business owner, a taxpayer, and a voter in Culver City for over 20 years now. I help operate Jackson Market with Mr. Istwani. And I'm here to ask council to put on the agenda an immediate, mutual, permanent ceasefire resolution tonight that we can vote on September 9th. At the last meeting, I shared some stories about hateful messages and false accusations, defamatory reviews that we've been receiving since we started speaking up against the war and for human rights of Palestinians. But I did not get to share with you that we've actually received so much more greater support, positive response, a lot of gratitude since we've been speaking up. We've received more positive reviews than we ever have before. We're honored by our neighbors who defend us on social media and on comment feeds. We're busier than ever in the store and meeting lots of new community members because of it. I want you to be encouraged, as I am, that the vast majority of our community, including the majority of our Jewish friends and neighbors, support peace and freedom for all people. They're not threatened by asking for a ceasefire. We may have lost a few who are not interested in this conversation, but we have gained many more new customers, discovered new community members that support our efforts. At Jackson Market, we welcome customers, we hire employees, we socialize with neighbors who are Jewish and Palestinian and Muslim and Christian and Hindu and black and white and gay and straight and old and young and dog and cat. Everybody's welcome. So please pass this agenda. It will heal our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan with 1 minute seated by Joanne Mishui. And then I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation.
We do. Trying to get it up there. Okay.
Thank you. Council members, I approach you probably the most nervous I ever have. I've been asked by the members of Fox Hills community to present something that's very sensitive, and I hope it's received in the spirit that it's intended. If we can go to the next slide. So when Fox Hills was first annexed in the 1960s, they built a mall that generated a lot of sales tax for the city. In addition, they built right on the outskirts of Fox Hills a neighborhood. In this neighborhood, I've seen many from my neighbors, many headlines like this that showcase that it was very openly and very unabashedly developed as a segregated neighborhood for our black members of our community. If we could go to the next slide, please. Over the following 30 years, if you look at the date of 1993 now, is when the members of our community were allowed to send their children to Culver City schools. 30 years later. If we could go to the next slide, please. Our own general plan acknowledges that Fox Hills is the city's most racially diverse and housing dense neighborhood, but that even to this day, residents feel excluded by this city in our planning and other processes. Next slide, please. However, the state of California, if you'll see in section 8899.50, says that the city must, we have no option, we must take meaningful actions to combat discrimination and overcome the patterns of segregation that foster inclusive communities. That we must take affirmative actions to address significant disparities in our community, replacing segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns. We must. This is a requirement. We come not as looking to cast blame or to cast guilt. None of these headlines, I wasn't even born when those headlines were in the newspapers. But we come saying that we want to be partners with this city to take ownership today of what we can do today to fix the wrongs of our past and take ownership of that. I still have some more slides, but I guess I'm done. So each one of us, I stand here looking a heck of a lot like 4 members of our city council, looking a heck of a lot like our city manager, of our city planning director, of our advanced planning director, but we are the ones who need to stand up today and fix the wrongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Bobby Richardson. Not seeing them in chambers or on WebEx. I'm going to keep going here. Lucille Brillhart. Let's see here. Lucille, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
I'm fully in agreement with everything that he said. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Dazulu. Not seeing them in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Connor Profit. Okay, we'll come back. Our next speaker is Estee Chandler. Let's see. Hi, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Estee?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulty. I'm Esty, a filmmaker and human rights advocate. Culver City is the hub of my family's life. Since late October, when the City Council's resolution failed to recognize the wildly diverse and popular desire for a ceasefire, I've watched the despair and frustration grow among so many in the community, feeling that their pain and suffering and that of their friends and family members have been ignored. As a native Angelino, my community is very diverse, like that of Culver City. As a proud Jewish American, I'm asking the Council to agendize our immediate and mutual permanent ceasefire resolution tonight for a vote on September 9th. I've been fortunate to see resolutions move through 16 Southern California City Councils and witness the beautiful resulting community building from it. This resolution is crucial to fostering unity, healing the community, and building a city where all feel they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connor Profit.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm here tonight to speak. I came here 2 weeks ago with about, I think, 200 other folks and then maybe another 150 outside. I was very gratified to see that it was a completely peaceful gathering where people felt free to express their humanity and how they've felt over these past 10 months in Culver City. I think that in order to continue recognizing that humanity and to heal Culver City, it's vitally important that the Culver City Council pass a mutual and permanent ceasefire resolution. So I would ask them to agendize that for the next City Council meeting. I've been very gratified that Councilman O'Brien has been so willing to meet with members of our community. I've also been very gratified that those peaceful speakers at the last meeting, I think, started a dialogue. There's been a lot of dialogue in our community, and it's showing us that humanity is not limited by one's Jewishness or Muslimness or any identity, and that we all share a common humanity. And so I think that if we want peace abroad, we should start with peace at home. And the first step to that is agendizing and voting on a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next few speakers are Hung Nihayam Elbick, Paula Keating, Mary Duvall, Polly Stenberg, Melissa Robles, Emily D., Sarah Blow, Thomas Lester, Stevie Marks, and David Coles. So our next speaker is Hong Nihayam Elbick. Correct me.
It's Hung Yam Elbick. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McMorrin and council members. I'm a Culver City resident of 10 years, mother of 2 children, and a physician. My parents became refugees during the Vietnam War. I spoke about, last week I told them that I spoke to you about the death of thousands of children. Right. And I told them how the answer that was received 2 weeks ago, that was then their past trauma returned to them, as it does to those who just survived war. My father shook his head while he rubbed his missing patella. My mother grasped the scars on her forearm that hides a metal rod. They began to recall the fall of Saigon, where thousands of Vietnamese rushed into American airplanes, helicopters for safety. That same night, the families were not able to escape, and they were made to embrace a day of liberation. Those who stay behind live with the consequences to this day. He said to me, "There's no good in war." We have spent these years, these past 10 years, creating a safe space for my family in Culver City, for my parents, my children. Now, my hope that I can care for my parents in their senior years in our home, so my children can bring them joy. But I would like for this city to be a place of unity and of hope for them. I'm asking the council to agendize our immediate and mutual permanent ceasefire resolution, September 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're just going to circle back to Ron Austrian. I think his technical difficulties have been updated or fixed. So let's see here. Ron, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Council, kudos on the great job that you've done with homelessness. Nothing got done until the last election, and then the emergency resolution where 3 of the 5 of you voted, and now we are actually housing people. We're not just peacocking, we're actually doing the work, so thank you. As to the MOVE project, their legal position was soundly defeated. I hope you will expedite the changes you wanted. I heard that they might appeal. If they appeal, then I recommend that you just rip out all the changes and return it as before MOVE, because they never got a environmental impact report, so they were in the wrong for putting the project in the first place. As for the resolution, we all want peace, but until those people calling for a resolution repudiate Hamas, who in its charter is to destroy Israel and annihilate it, then they can't really say they're for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula Keating, followed by Mary Duvall. Paula, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Paula, are you able to hear us in the council chambers? Not hearing a response, we're going to circle back. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall.
Good evening, Mayor McMorrin, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and City Council. I'm here tonight as co-chair of Bike Culver City. I would like to start by sharing the news that BCC has received a grant from the Clean Air Coalition. It is for a collaborative project with the Green New Deal Club at CCHS. The grant was written by Art Nomura with assistance and collaboration of the Green New Deal students. It's a complicated project with 3 distinct parts, including an art contest for middle and high school students, a bike ride, and hopefully a large number of community members willing to take the Clean Air Pledge. So stay tuned as more details become available in the very near future. As you may know, BCC is an all-volunteer 501c3 nonprofit organization. Bike Culver City has been doing the Fiesta La Bayona Bike Valley for many years. We are so grateful to Ted Stevens, our new head of PRCS, and his team for their willingness to honor and respect our expertise and experience in this area and invite us once again to host the Bike Valet. We held many meetings to improve upon what we had done in the past. Thank you, Ted, for being willing to meet with us, not just once, but several times. Thank you to Melanie Morales, who came to all of those meetings and took meticulous notes, which we later relied upon. This collaborative attitude is what helped lay the foundation for this year's successful Bike Valet. It takes a huge effort to staff a bike valet for 28 hours. We valeted by our count, according to our sign-in sheets, which are many, 637 bikes, skateboards and scooters, mostly bikes. That's hundreds of cars off our roads and a significant, we hope, decrease in pollutants. We had a large increase in cargo bikes, which came in loaded with entire families. They said they had moved here because they liked the direction it seemed the city is moving by providing safe infrastructure so they could ditch their second family car and use their cargo bikes instead. One of our innovations this year was to have lights ready to give to cyclists who were leaving near or after dark and didn't have lights. We suggested this addition to our service because we know how easy it is to stay longer than expected at the fiesta, especially if you have young children who want just one more ride or one more game. All of a sudden it's dusky, and by the time you get to your bikes and start riding, it's gone from dark to dusk, dusk to dark. I'd like to read the names of our volunteers, if that's okay. It won't take me too long. I know I'm at my limit. Is that okay, Madam Mayor? Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. There were so many of them. They were so wonderful this year. And I'm sorry if I leave out anyone. I mean no disrespect. We appreciate all of them. From CCHS, we had Carmen, Layla, Alex, Tayshawn, Melody, Mary, Ibrahim, Hayden, Angel, Per, and Araceli. From PRCS, we had Robert, Jonathan, Francie, Gabby, Aaron, Charisse, and our wonderful community volunteers, Alalia and Jean. And of course, from Bike Culver City, we had Jim, Connor, Michael, Warren, Jen, Michelle, Carol, Bubba, Art, Jean, Kate, John, Vanjie, Michael, Jane, Johnny, Caitlin, Petra, Donna, Greg, Joe, David, Sophie, Marion, Ilana, and David. It takes a village for sure. And most of all, thank you to all who chose to ride their bikes to the fiesta. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Polly Stenberg, followed by Melissa Robles.
Good evening, Culver City Council. My name is Polly Stenberg, and I am a proud Jew and a longtime resident of Culver City. I am someone who loves Culver City very much. I'm here to tell you that the Jewish community is hurting deeply from all of the violence taking place in Gaza. My mental health, my children's mental health, and those in my community are suffering. It is a constant battle against hopelessness, despair, and depression. I'm asking you to agendize and adopt an immediate and permanent mutual ceasefire resolution at the earliest opportunity. I have a copy of the resolution here with me tonight, which I will provide to the city clerk. Thank you to Vice Mayor O'Brien for meeting with a group of us last week. I was saddened that the meeting with Councilmember Vera was canceled and look forward to getting that rescheduled after Labor Day. Adopting this ceasefire resolution would be a healing and unifying action for the Jewish community who wants to stand in solidarity with the suffering of all people, including Palestinians. Each and every word of this resolution is about creating unity, standing together and making Culver City a safer and healthier place for all residents. This is a meaningful and important local action, and I am confident you will take this step on behalf of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Robles, followed by Emily D. Not seeing Melissa in Chambers or on WebEx. We're going to continue on here. Our next speaker is Emily D.
Hello, how are you all? I'm back. Emily, 25 years proud Culver City resident. Since 2 weeks ago, after making my statement about my relatives sheltering in the churches of Gaza, I am overwhelmed with how many people have reached out to me. I was reminded that my city values me as a member, and I know how much you all care about our home. Just by all of you paying attention to what I'm saying, love it. And even before you ran for Culver City Council, I've seen you all in action and truly know you will not stand for hate or division in our community. And I'm here to ask you to please address this issue of bigotry that's rising in our city. It is so hurtful to see the word Palestinian used with a derogatory manner from residents here. I know you don't stand for that. In my heart, I know none of you will allow that in the name of your campaign either. A couple of wonderful Jewish neighbors reached out and would like to have a dialogue. I wish for you all to be involved because only you, the leaders, can bring unity and combat hate. Many of the constituents, like me, are sad and feel outcast and look to you for direction. Will you please have a conversation with the Jewish and the Palestinian constituents that you all represent? Please. Yes?
Thank you.
This is the second time I'm asking you to have a conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Blau.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sarah Blau. I'm a resident of Culver City, a public health professional, and a descendant of Holocaust survivors. Tonight, I am asking the Council to agendize the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution for a vote on September 9th. Though it can feel a world away, the ongoing suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza matters to me as both a Jewish American and a resident of Culver City. In Judaism, we believe that Jews bear responsibility not only for our own moral, spiritual, and material welfare, but also for the welfare of society at large. This ceasefire resolution is a way for us to affirm support for our Palestinian neighbors who have not only suffered the loss of their families, but in many cases have faced social consequences for asking those around them to acknowledge nearly 11 months of devastation. I do not share others' concerns that this resolution will divide our community, but rather feel pride in our multi-faith coalition and the hundreds of thousands of humanitarians that echo this call. Change starts at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Lester.
I'm from Fox
Can,
Hills.
sir, can you wait?
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
can you start over so
Can you
people
hear
can
me
hear
now?
you?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay, good. So I'm Tom Lester from Fox Hills. And I understand you guys want to do like 2,000 units in Fox Hills. And I just want to say you should not overbuild Fox Hills. You guys had an opportunity to do a project at Bristol Plaza a couple of years ago, and you, whoever the council was, I'm not sure, but they didn't want to do the right amount of parking. The cost of a condo in Fox Hills is about $550, so your payments are about $3,600 a month. You need to have 2 parking spaces per unit because you have to have 2 people working. When you guys were talking about Bristol Plaza, you guys were like, oh, everybody's going to take public transportation. We know that that's not an option in Los Angeles. So you shouldn't change the park. Whatever rules you have for parking, you shouldn't change them, and you shouldn't change the height. Don't defund the police, and don't make Culver City Los Angeles. Anything you do to change anything you do to change the traffic patterns, including bike lanes, is not a good idea. It takes an hour to get from Santa Monica to Fox Hills. It takes an hour to get from Fox Hills to downtown. I don't think we want that kind of traffic in Fox Hills or Culver City. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Coles, followed by Melissa Sanders. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
I wanted to do a quick thank you for Fiesta La Bayona. I think it's one of our best events that we do as a small city in a big county. So great job to everyone. Look forward to it every year. Couple of things. One, the frivolous friends and family of Move Culver City lawsuit that was resoundingly, positive for the city. I love the zero evidence, and that reading the judgment was quite fun. I will hope that the city goes after the friends and family for reimbursement of the hundreds of thousands of dollars we've spent on this frivolous lawsuit. Hearing that there's going to be an appeal is absurd and pathetic, and I hope the judge just ceremoniously shuts it down. But since there's no court order otherwise, I say do whatever changes we had all agreed to and you wanted to do to continue to move forward. And other than that, nothing else bike related until this all gets resolved. And by the way, to the Muslim community, please denounce Hamas and also denounce the imam in the local mosque that during Pride Month was a hate-filled, anti-gay, anti-LGBTQ community speech. Until we see some denouncing of the hate, your speaking about inclusivity and safety is just so disturbing and hypocritical.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Connaughton. We'll circle back. Our next speaker is Carol Taubman, followed by Yolanda Cortez Hardstark, Janine Wisnowski Stalin, Ellie Levy, Marcy Bond, Elizabeth Ossiter, Kareem Sally, Robin Ruth Prince, and Daniel Nickbargen.
Good evening, council members. My name is Carol Taubman. I'm the 15-year owner of the property located at 4940 Sepulveda Boulevard, which sits partly in Culver City and partly in Los Angeles. The property is located right between the Vista Motel and the Bologna Creek Bike Path. And I'm here this evening to share with you our very serious public health and safety concerns since Inside Safe moved into the Vista Motel. We're particularly concerned with the Home Sweet Home preschool that's 200 feet away, and the Culver City Middle School and High School that's about 1,000 feet away. The Home Sweet Home preschool has been in business for 30 years. They see 80 children a week, and 80% of those are Culver City residents. What was once a very quiet, sweet neighborhood has completely been devastated by Inside Safe and by its draw of the unhoused community to our very tiny, jurisdictionally confused neighborhood. So the preschool has weekly vandalism, theft, public defecation, people sleeping outside their doors. All of this they have to move before the kids get there. The worst events of which included a homeless man banging on the cars while the kids were in carpool, and another gentleman who jumped the fence and threw a bag of rocks at the children and teacher while they were in the yard. My tenant has moved out of the building and broken a 3-year lease because the safety concerns were just beyond their ability for their staff and customers. That's even after they spent $10,000 a month for the past 6 months with private security. All the businesses on the block are suffering.
Can you finish your thought? Just finish the sentence.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We've engaged the Delray Community Council to help us. We have a meeting with Tracy Park next week and Inside Safe, and I'm here to ask for your support. These are your youngest citizens, and they are very highly at risk. Thank you.
From Housing and Human Services be in contact with her and follow up with her in regards to, can someone from Housing and Human Services follow up with her, hopefully, in regards to this issue? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yolanda Cortez Hardstark. Not seeing them in chambers or on WebEx. I'm going to keep going here. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski Stalen.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I came here to celebrate with everyone the 104th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. Women were finally guaranteed the right to vote just right before Culver City was founded. It's a landmark in American history that granted the women the right to vote. And the momentous achievement was a result of decades of relentless advocacy by women, mostly, who fought tirelessly to ensure women's voices would be heard in our democracy. It was ratified on August 18, 1920, and it was certified on August 26th. The 19th Amendment marked a significant step forward in the pursuit of equality, though, as we know, this was far from the end of the journey. In 1972, for a little history, California ratified the Equal Rights Amendment, continuing the fight for gender equality by aiming to ensure that the equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. And while this ERA has not been fully ratified nationally, we continue to push forward for full equality of all women. So on this Women's Equality Day, I hope you join all women in honoring the past by continuing to advocate for the rights and opportunities of women and girls in every corner of our society, including the 52% of our population in Culver City who are women and girls. Together we can work towards a future where equality is not just a goal, but a reality for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Ellie Levy. Not seeing them online or on WebEx. We're going to our next speaker, Marcy Bond.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Marcy Bond. I am a member of the Parks and Rec and Community Services Commission, but I'm not speaking on that behalf or in any way, shape, or form. These are my own opinions. When listening, when we talk about adding, we were talking about possibly looking at adding a bridge, a bike bridge in the Higuera district, and that was going to be $6 million. I'm still not sure where that money is coming from, if it's coming from a grant, if the city is going to have to match a certain amount of that funds. But when I look at everything that we could do with $6 million, if it's coming directly from our funds in our parks, half of the projects, the smaller projects in our parks could be taken care of with $6 million. And that would affect everybody in our community, all of our neighborhoods, from Fox Hills to Culver West to Vets Park to El Marino to Sid Cronenthal to Tellefson Park, all of that. And every time we talk about, sure, we get a grant to do something, but then they require or ask for matching funds. And I look at those matching funds and I think, gosh, what could we be doing to improve what we already have? So that's where I'm at. And again, these are my own opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Oster. Elizabeth, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
I'm here. Oh.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Elizabeth, are you able to hear us in the council chambers? We'll circle back to you. Our next speaker is Kareem Sally.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council Member, City Manager. I'm here to express my concern about the May 28 decision that allocated $1.8 million security contract to a third-party company. It includes implementing metal detectors at City Hall and other public events. We have zero evidence of increased threat or potential violence at events like Fiesta La Bayona, our concert series, or City Council meetings. The latest Culver City Police report shows that crime is actually down. We already have two officers with you. You already have two officers with you at all time during the meetings, and you could summons a dozen of them in a matter of seconds. These measures are a wasteful overreaction to an imaginary threat and creates a false sense of security among our residents. Our city is facing a budget deficit and has a homeless crisis to deal with. We should prioritize essential services over unnecessary expenditures. I urge the council to reconsider these measures and prioritize the actual needs of your community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Ruth Prince, who I do not see in chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Daniel Nickfargen.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I stand here before you today as a member of the Jewish Persian American community, as well as a Culver City resident and an attorney. And I stand here and tell you that with total support and confidence, that support of the Palestinians and the agendizing of an immediate, mutual, and permanent ceasefire is something that will unite us all as a community. Growing up as a Jewish person, I was also often taught about the concept of tikkun olam. I may have mentioned it last time I was here, but it bears reminding that it is the idea that we, especially as Jews, have an obligation and a duty to repair the world. Now, one of the lessons that we as a community learned from the Holocaust was never again. But what we forget is that when we say never again, we mean never again for anybody, not just for Jewish people. And I stand here to ask you, what is it that you can do to repair the world? And that, to me, is very, very obvious and very, very clear. It's to agendize an immediate ceasefire resolution and mutual ceasefire resolution and pass it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avraham.
Good evening. My name is Avraham. My family lives in Culver City for years, and I am a stakeholder in the city. But for our family, being Jewish, this last year has been incredibly demoralizing and depressing, watching our communities in America plunge into division. As a proud Jewish man with roots through Israel, I call on you to agendize a ceasefire resolution for September 9th, to demand that the Harris-Biden administration force a ceasefire in Gaza with an arms embargo, and to break up with the Israeli government. The Israeli government violates core tenets of Jewish faith, pikuach nefesh, saving life, and tikkun olam, healing the world. With their assault on Gaza, they are exporting anti-Semitism and Islamophobia worldwide. It must end now. The Jewish community is being ripped apart over America's support for Israel right here in this city. Many of us in the Jewish community need this resolution, not just to heal, not just to support our Palestinian brothers and sisters, We want the opportunity to show the world that we're on the right side of history and that we stand for justice and that we do not want to support Israel or its actions. Nothing could be more Jewish. You need to give us this opportunity. The resolution effort is not divisive. It is, in fact, uniting America, and all communities are represented. Those against a ceasefire resolution want the bombs to keep falling. I argue they are the ones dividing the community. The siege of Gaza must be shut down now. Presidents Ford, Carter, Reagan, and Bush Sr. have all withheld military funding to Israel to stop their military aggression. Harris and Biden must now do the same. Ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone that came on and spoke. Can we have motion for the receipt and filing of correspondence received by 3 p.m. today?
Sarah O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to proceed with the order of agenda as stated. Now we're up with consent. Any items to pull? Councilmember Wier.
None for me.
Councilmember Erickson.
None for me, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I have a couple, sorry, y'all, I know it's late. C2, C3, C5, C8, and C9. I don't need staff reports for all of them, but I just have some quick questions for some of them.
And we have a speaker for C4.
Wonderful, thank you. I was going to check on that, but you already got me. All right, great. So, I'm trying to take that. Okay, so for C2, just something that I'm noticing in the minutes. For example, just for this one on page 6, I know that I think I was the only one to ask questions of Dr. Yates, who came to speak with us, but it says discussion ensued between Dr. Yates' staff and council members regarding all these other things and questions and things like that. And I do think that it's important to be specific about who's asking questions. Accordingly, if we're able to include attribution to who is requested for things to be agendized in the minutes, hopefully it wouldn't add too much to you all, City Clerk, and the work that you all do. But I think it'd be helpful if there's a specific person that's asking a question. I know that a lot of it is done just to ensure, you know, top lines and the minutes are accurate, but if at all possible, if we're able to be specific about who's asking questions, who's asked for certain things, it just can help when we need clarifying things down the line. If at all, we might need those things. You get what I'm saying?
I would like it if you could clarify a little bit more, because it's council consensus at the end. It's not.
So, for example, okay, I'm going to go back to last meeting. Okay, I'm going back to my notes. So based on my comments, I think, or based on my notes from, and I, just pulled up page 6 because it was just the clearest example. And I know that we all supported it and it's moving forward, but it's like discussion ensued. But I asked most of these questions around, who's making up what, who doesn't feel comfortable making a report, how do we build out the conditions to make people feel safe. Some of it was her reporting, right? And then some of it I was able to ask questions. So I don't know how we might be able to just be a little bit more specific about that, because I don't think that's here. It's just general.
Right, these are summary minutes.
I know, but
So it's difficult.
So you can't do that, that's what you're saying.
It's not that it can't be done, it's just we're inching towards transcription as we move more forward. But
Okay.
Yeah. And again, at the end of the minutes, we're listing exactly in order what the council summarized that they would do. I think you brought that up as an example. And it's the council has decided to move forward with new action items.
And in this example, I looked to, was it page 38, 37? It just says city council consensus, but it doesn't say who put it forward. But you're saying
Correct.
that's just, we can't do that because it's too close to transcription.
What? I mean, we can do whatever the council asks, but in terms of having summary minutes, the record is what the council determined to move forward with.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, those are, because I feel like sometimes there's, can be confusion based on who did what, but if it's too heavy of a lift, that is fine. Thank you for addressing the concern.
Sure.
In terms of C3, I just had a question, because I know we typically routinely get these revised salary schedules, and, you know, this one says it's a 5% cost of living adjustment, and it looks like this is probably correcting the prior salary schedule. Is that correct? From July 1st? Hi, CFO Silver.
So that is correct, Mayor McMorrin. This is Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director. There's two different components to this particular action item. The first is a correction for the salary item retroactive to July 1st, and that's adding two titles, the communications officer and I believe special events manager, who were not updated in the last action item that was, or the last salary schedule brought to council for adoption. So the first is correcting that one, and that's effective July 1st. The second component to this this council item is with respect to the city manager's increase, which is effective July 29th in accordance with his employment agreement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director Anderson, for clarifying that. I just, so you addressed, I was asking what categories are being changed or if they were uniformly being changed, but you already addressed that, so thank you. But my other question was, how in line or out of line is our fee schedule with other cities? Do we do benchmarking with other cities and as it pertains to salary at all?
Yeah. Yes, so that is correct. So typically, these increases are in alignment with the current contracts that are in place, in which during contract negotiations, we typically do salary comparisons to see how in line we are with the market, which we currently are as of the last update, which I believe was in 2022. But these are just continued based on the 3-year contracts that were already approved. We just have to take them as each year as they're approved in compliance with CalPERS. That's a requirement to update our salary schedules as these take effect, if that answers your question.
It does, thank you so much. And just to check, when will be the next time we do a benchmarking or checking in with other cities?
So we are currently also in the midst of an off-cycle class and compensation study, which we also did it, but that's specifically for our miscellaneous groups. So we are working on finalizing that to bring that to council, hopefully within the next month or so, with a consultant. So that's been kind of ongoing, so we're trying to wrap that up. And then following that, we typically do a salary survey when we enter contract negotiations, which will be within the next year for our safety groups.
All right, got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, CFO Silver. Okay, can we have the speaker for C4? It's fine, it's fine.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Well, Culver City, I really love you guys. It takes a special council member, a special citizens, a special police department to admit their mistake. But mistake is not going to fix the problems that you put us through. I wish Travis, she was here. She's gone. I am asking, I'm begging. I did call you. I left a message. So I think the police department will relay the message to you. I am begging you, don't expose us to another crisis, me and my daughter. You made a mistake, own up. U.S. Department Attorney General Office needs to get involved in our case. So I am not going to shut up. Civil Rights Agency need to get involved. I am not going to be homeless. And you guys need to look into the issue of conflict of interest that exists. Mental health department, what they're doing to push all these people out on the streets. That's their mistake. The cozy relationship between DA elected officials. Boogeyman is coming. I have been saying that. This is serious. So if the boogeyman is coming, let's work together, address the people issue. People are grieving, people are hurting. This bottled up anger, it doesn't help none of us. Humanity is under attack. When all these people are on the streets, there's something wrong. Fix it. Fix it. Hatred is not going to bring us among together. Food and music will bring us together. Let's do something. Let's bring us together. I don't know what happened in Culver City. I don't know. I messed up the stuff. Let's have peace on earth. We can have peace on earth when we work together. Yes, one of the ladies, she did ask, go meet the citizens. Maybe that's a good idea. Go ahead and meet them. The leaders are corrupted. I know you are not. Culver City might lead the nation tomorrow. So let's do it. I really appreciate you. Oh, excuse me. The senior citizen, Joseph, why on earth is he still on the streets? He's your senior citizen, isn't he? House him.
That was our only speaker for C4.
Got it. Thank you. And I assume our Housing and Human Services staff is in touch with Ms. LM? I think they are. So hopefully there could just be a bit more follow-up with her. Okay. I had a question on C5, and thank you, Ms. LM, for speaking. I had a question on C5. My question is just primarily in regards to the security services from, I think that's section 4. I know that, I think that already came up in a public comment, but we approved almost $2 million for this company, and it looks like this is specifically for the motel master leasing, almost $600,000 for amount not to exceed $600,000 or $556,000 in regards to their security service. Can someone tell me a bit what the vetting service was for this Good Guard security service that's receiving a lot of support from Culver City? Or we're receiving a lot of support from them.
If I may, it is my understanding that Good Guard was selected through a request for proposal process. I believe out of at least 5 other vendors to provide security at city facilities. Because the city had changed its security service, we began to look at them to provide security at as part of our motel master leasing and nutrition program. But we also wanted to understand other security services out there because we were specifically looking for security services that have sensitivity and understanding when working with our unhoused neighbors and who could connect with our outreach teams and our other service providers and who had experience in an interim housing setting. So we did look at other security services as well, and we were impressed what Good Guard brought to the table, and they work with some other nonprofits that provide security at interim housing. So that was the vetting process.
Okay. And that was, what was the timeline for that?
We did that within a 60-day period.
And these are comparable rates based on the RFP that you all put out, or was this a general RFP from the city?
We gathered quotes because you may recall we are selecting them through the emergency declaration. So we obtained quotes and scopes of services from other security services. And Good Guard is unique in that they, their model is they only operate with 2 security guards at a time. Just in case someone needs to be de-escalated or there's someone in crisis, there's one person that can handle the crisis while the other person helps to work with the other unhoused folks to assure them of their safety.
Thank you for clarifying that. I also had a quick question about the meal disbursement. It looks like there's going to be an amendment to continue with every table. Is there an RFP process for the food as well?
We just continued with the contract that we had already had in place.
Okay.
Just so we would not have a breakdown in service.
Will there be a review next year?
Yes, the contract is only for 1 year, and of course, we would have to bring it back for council approval.
Okay.
All these contracts are just for 1 year.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for providing additional insight on that and answering my questions. Director Barnes, really appreciate your leadership. Thank you. And the last one has to do just, or no, not the last one, second to last. C8, yep. I was just wondering, and I did look at the staff report, why, I think it was based on continuity, why we were waiving the competitive bidding procedures. But just, you know, considering our deficit, I'm trying to look at all of the things that come across us, our desk, and just thinking about, you know, it looks like the amounts are going up, you know, $100,000 in to our $350 million budget isn't that much, but just wondering if this is a common practice to waive the process, if anyone could speak to that from transportation.
We have Gabe Garcia on WebEx. Gabe, are you able to unmute yourself? Gabe, you're unmuted.
Good evening. Mayor, thank you for the question. This is Gabe Garcia with Transportation, and we're requesting a waiver of the bidding process because we did not release an RFP. We were short-staffed, in essence, and we're requesting an extension of the contract. We are proposing to prepare an RFP, And for the next cycle, after the conclusion of the extension, we are proposing to release an RFP.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia, for providing that additional context. And thank you for coming on and providing more information. And if we could get a brief staff report on C9, just for the public. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Demetri, Director of Public Works. This item before you tonight is the authorization of a task order to RTI Consulting in the amount of approximately $120,000 for construction management services for the modified Move Culver City in downtown, in the downtown area. This is primarily a striping project. We're going to grind out the existing striping, put down new striping that will restore one additional lane of vehicular traffic in each direction. And staff recommends tonight that you authorize a task order to this consulting firm to oversee construction in the field. The project will extend from basically the current limits where it is now. We are not going beyond the existing limits. The only change that the residents and businesses will see is the restoration of the travel lane, which was requested via a survey or through a survey that was conducted approximately a year ago. So a lot of people are excited about this project, and construction is supposed to start sometime next week, towards the end of next week, actually. I just held the pre-construction meeting this morning at 9 o'clock with the two contractors that we retained for this project. One of them will perform the paving, which is Excel Paving, and the other will perform the striping portion of the work, and that is Sterndal Construction. Excuse me. They both lined up their sub-consultants and all the materials that they need, and they're ready to hit the ground next week. But in the meantime, we're going to hand out a lot of notices to everyone in the area. The construction manager that we are awarding this contract to tonight will actually walk the project limits tomorrow from the eastern limit to the western limit, and we'll talk to everybody about the project, and we'll hand him his business card. His name is Bob Nieworth. So if you are within the project limits, expect a visit from Bob sometime tomorrow. He will leave you with his business card. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Bob. We believe this project can be wrapped up within 60 business days, which is approximately 90 calendar days. But we are hopeful we can get it done by Halloween, roughly, so end of October, early November. And that pretty much wraps up the report.
Thank you, Director Yanni. I appreciate you sharing that for the public. That's it for me. Do we have any other comments or concerns from colleagues? Not seeing any. I'd like to take C9 separately, but we can take all the others in one.
Do you want to take
How much?
the full
Everything
consent
except for 9.
first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar for all items except for C9 by Vice Mayor O'Brien, second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes, 5 ayes. And then we have, oops. For item C9, it's the authorization of a task order to RTI Consulting. And we have no mover or seconder yet.
There's no screen up for it.
There's no screen? Let's try this again. Let's cancel. Aha. All right, thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to authorize C9. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 noes. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, 2 abstain. The abstains are from Mayor McMorrin and Councilmember Puza.
All right, thank you. We'll move on now to PH1, our general plan team. Planning department, thank you.
Yes, possibly. It's gone. Okay. Ready. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, as well as members of the public present tonight, both in person and online. My name is Emily Stadnicki, current Planning Manager. I'm here tonight reading introductory remarks for Planning and Development Director Mark Munzer, who is ill and unable to join us in person this evening. He is available online for questions. We'd like to begin with some acknowledgements. First and most importantly, we'd like to thank the Culver City community for your active engagement in this planning process over the last 5 years. As we will discuss during this presentation, there have been literally hundreds of events and meetings over the course of the general plan process and engagement with hundreds of residents and businesses. It is our hope that while we move through this final review process, all parties remain engaged as we begin our next step of long-range planning processes, which include new specific plans for both Fox Hills and the Hayden Tract. We'd also like to thank both the City Council and the Planning Commission for your direction and for your questions and comments as we create more opportunities to build housing in our community, which is the main tenet of both the general plan and zoning code updates. We understand these can be difficult conversations with many varying viewpoints, and staff is most appreciative of your services to the community. We'd also like to, of course, thank our city staff and consultants for getting us to this point in the process. There have been so many meetings, discussions, alternatives analyzed, and required documents completed. We admire your commitment to creating a new Culver City general plan and zoning code. Here's our agenda for this evening. We will begin with a discussion of the General Plan 2045. A general plan is the city's blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision, and the zoning code implements the general plan and sets updated standards for new land uses and zones. All of this is being done to provide more housing opportunities throughout the city, increase walkability and transit access, as well as to create a more sustainable community. Environmental impacts have been analyzed in both draft and final EIRs, and those will also be discussed this evening. The City Council is the final decision-making body for both the general plan and the zoning code updates. As a reminder, the city has a State of California deadline of October 15th, 2024 to make the required updates to both the general plan and zoning code in order for the city's previously adopted housing element to remain in compliance with state law. Community engagement for both the general plan and zoning code updates has been extensive. Since the project's inception, there have been over 50 public meetings dedicated solely to these projects. Within the last month, the city has sent over 38,000 postcards citywide notifying residents and businesses of the upcoming Planning Commission and City Council meetings and where to go for more project information, as well as staff contacts. This information was also sent beyond our borders to include our neighbors in adjacent communities. Over this past summer, city staff has participated in numerous events across the community to ensure we are meeting people where they are. Events such as Juneteenth, the Summer Concert Series, Culver City Pride, the Downtown Farmers Market, as well as this past weekend, Fiesta La Bayona. Previously, there were 18 General Plan Advisory Committee meetings and 20 Technical Advisory Committee meetings open to the public to participate and available online for more information. There have also been 13 Planning Commission and City Council meetings where general plan and zoning code updates were provided and input sought from the community. This is all in addition to required public comment periods for both the draft and final EIR, as well as the draft general plan and draft zoning code. We received 446 comments. However, we will continue to develop more innovative engagement processes, such as the recently placed QR code decals on the sidewalks and other social media efforts, and we ask that the community continue to provide suggestions and examples as to how we can continue to improve our community engagement activities. I will now turn the presentation over to Advanced Planning Manager Troy Evangelo. Troy and his team, as well as other city staff and consultants, will be available for questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Troy Evangelo, Advanced Planning Manager. I'm joined today with our consultant team. We have from Ramey & Associates, consultants that help develop both the general plan and the zoning code. We also have our consultant from ESA, who's helping with our EIR, Environmental Impact Report. And we also have our consultant from Lisa Wise Consulting that worked on the fiscal impact analysis. So we have the full team here and also members joining us online as well. So the general plan is the city's blueprint for the next 20 years. It's the 2045 general plan, and it looks at our goals, policies, and also the work plan across all departments. It really explains how we're going to operate and develop over the next 20 years. As you know, we have a annual check-in on our housing element in our general plan. That's something we're looking to include and improve upon with an online dashboard to monitor our progress with implementing the general plan moving forward. As a brief overview, there's 12 elements is what we call them. You can think of them as chapters of the general plan. In addition, we also have the housing element, which was already adopted, and that is also a component of the general plan. And notably, there's 2 items that aren't in the general plan that were initially under development when the process kicked off, and that is the reimagining public safety element and also the incremental infill design concept. As I mentioned, we have 12 different elements in our general plan. 8 of them are required by the state of California, and a number of them we've chosen to include, such as governance and leadership, arts, culture, and creative economy. I'd also like to point out in the second row, greenhouse gas reduction. You might hear different cities talk about climate action plans. That's our version of the climate action plan, greenhouse gas reduction. Real brief, how we go about using the general plan. So all of the elements have the same type of setup where it starts out with a narrative, a discussion of the topic, whether it's transportation, mobility, or open space. When you get to the end of the chapter, you have the policy framework and implementation actions. So the policy framework is to help guide staff when we're developing new programs or projects or procedures. It sets in place the policy that we want to reference either in our staff reports or as we're going about developing these projects. And then we also have the implementation actions, which is the work plan for the city. So the implementation actions identify which departments are going to implement what projects, whether it's a short-term project, 1 to 5 years, or 5 to 10, or 10 to 20. I'd like to focus on just a few elements of our general plan. One of the major elements that gets a lot of talk and a lot of discussion and focus is our land use and community design element. And one of the major policies we're proposing is to allow and expand mixed use across the entirety of the city. And I think it's worth mentioning, oftentimes when people talk about mixed use, they really focus on the housing component. They see it as a way of expanding housing, which it is, but also it's a jobs opportunity as well. It helps for jobs creation. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about mixed use. It's not just housing, it's also opportunities for new businesses. Another component of our plan is that we are, again, planning for 20 years. We're planning for 2045. And so, as you know, we have a housing cycle that we're in the middle of right now, which wraps up in 2029. But this plan takes the long view. It's a 20-year plan. It's looking for growth over the next 3 housing cycles. So yes, we do exceed what we are required to plan for in this housing cycle, but it's looking out beyond this housing cycle. We do have a number of special study areas we've identified. Some of those are, for instance, the Inglewood oil fields, Bayona Creek. Those are areas that we want to come back and do more of a focused study on in the future. 2 of those special study areas we already have queued up to come back and do a focus study, and that would be the Fox Hills area and the Hayden Tract area, where we're looking to come back and do specific plans. Another element I'd like to highlight is our community health and environmental justice element. This is where we establish our SB 1000 neighborhoods. So this is a designation that's created through the state where you identify areas that are both low income and have exposure to pollution. And there is a distinction on this map. So there are 2 areas sort of in the dark purple, and I'm going to try to use my pointer if I can get it working. There it is. Okay. So yeah, the 2 areas in the dark purple, Culver West and Clarkdale, those areas are the SB 1000 neighborhoods. We also have a couple of threshold neighborhoods, which is part of the Washington Culver, and then also in the Fox Hills. So the difference is the SB 1000 threshold neighborhoods, they aren't the full designation. Those are areas that are not low income. They do have exposure to pollution, but they're not low income, so they don't receive the full designation. But the dark purple ones, those are the SB 1000 neighborhoods. So just wanted to clarify and make that distinction for folks. What's important to note about this element in the SB 1000 neighborhoods is it is a policy that expands across multiple elements. So when we look at how parks or mobility, this element establishes that these areas, SB 1000, are supposed to be prioritized for improvements. And lastly, the third bullet point, as I mentioned, all of these elements have a similar setup with policies and work plan items at the end. So one of the work plan items in the community health environmental justice element is to take a closer look at how we integrate health into our decision-making process at the city. Now I'd like to transition and talk about the zoning code update. So the zoning code is meant to implement both the general plan and the housing element. This is really the on-the-ground regulations that tell you how tall a building can be, what types of uses you can have in that building. One of the focuses in this element update, in the zoning code update, is to streamline the approval process, and this is helping to implement our housing element that has required programs to set up required approval processes for housing projects, streamlined approvals, and another major component that we're looking at doing through the zoning code update is to expand mixed use, as I mentioned, across the city. So all of the commercial and industrial zones would be changing to mixed use to allow, again, housing and business. As I mentioned, streamlining is an important component of this zoning code update. One of the items we're focusing on is increasing the types of projects that could be approved administratively, meaning a director level approval. So with this update, we're proposing to allow for residential developments up to 25 units to be approved by the director administratively. commercial projects that are less than 15,000 square feet, and also all density bonus projects. And the reason for having this streamlined approval is when it comes to housing and density bonus, there's really no discretion involved. It's more of a checklist. Does the plan meet the zoning requirements, heights, setbacks, et cetera? And so, again, streamlining the approval process, allowing the director and staff at the administrative level to approve these types of projects to help streamline the development process. We are still having projects go to the Planning Commission, so anything that is over 25 units, 26 units or more would go to the Planning Commission. Again, their discretion is limited when it comes to housing approval, so even when it goes to the Planning Commission, they still have the same checklist that the staff would have. However, commercial projects are different. When it comes to commercial projects, there is more discretion for the Planning Commission, so larger commercial projects would still, again, have the discretionary component when it goes to the Planning Commission. And lastly, we're looking to codify the community meeting process. This is a process that we've had that lives outside of the zoning code. And so through this update process, we wanted to put it into the code so that it's very clear and upfront to developers what our process is. So with housing projects, we're going to be requiring one community meeting, and that's regardless of if it's at the director level or Planning Commission approval. And then for commercial projects, we're going to require 2 community meetings. And these are meetings held by the developer outside of a Planning Commission meeting. This is them going to the community, meeting them where they're at, held online, in person, and just really soliciting feedback from the community. Another focus of the zoning code update is on creating compatible development. So one of the proposals is kind of returning to a policy that we had previously, where we're looking to reduce the FAR, that's the floor area ratio, in the R1 single-family zoning district. So what we're looking to do is to reduce the massing and the size of a single-family home. So basically going from being able to build out 60% of the lot to 45% of the lot. Another policy that we're looking at, again, having compatibility when you get near single-family and duplex. So yes, we are proposing height increases throughout the city with more development. We're looking at increasing the heights up to 56 feet, roughly 5 stories in a lot of the mixed-use zones. However, we're looking to have those heights step down or tier down as you get closer to the R1, R2, single-family and duplex neighborhoods. And also, in regards to compatibility, when we're looking at the heavy industrial uses in the city, we're looking to make those non-conforming. So when I'm talking about heavy industrial, I'm referring to a lot of different types of manufacturing, recycle processing, commercial laundry facilities, auto body work. So these are heavy industrial uses that would be not compatible when you have residential built next door, potentially. So through this process, we're looking to make them non-conforming. And by non-conforming, it doesn't mean that you have to go away. You can still continue operating. You could sell your business to another operator. You could even close down for up to a year and reopen and operate. What it means is you're limited to what you have now. You can't expand. You can't buy the building next door and turn that also into a manufacturing facility. Another update we're looking to do through the zoning code process is to adopt some best practices. So we noticed when it came to land uses, there were a few things that we didn't have. We didn't have regulations for where to set up electric vehicle charging. We didn't have regulations to allow community gardens, things like that. So we added in those missing uses to our code. We also looked at simplifying the requirements in our open space zone. So currently, it's multiple pages long, a very complex process to building and developing in the open space zone. And through this process, we're looking to streamline it, simplify it, really let the Parks Master Plan take the lead on focusing how and where to do development, and really just simplifying that process. We're also looking to establish floor area ratio in our commercial areas. This is, again, an industry standard. We hadn't had it in the past. Most other cities use this as a way to regulate the size and the massing in commercial areas. Next, I'd like to talk about the growth projection. So as I mentioned, this is a 20-year plan, so we're looking out to grow until 2045. And with that, we are anticipating 21,600 new residents. That would be 12,700 new housing units. And as I mentioned, this is a complete plan for the city. It's not just a housing plan. It's housing, it's workforce, it's jobs. So we're also projecting 16,260 new jobs. As you can see, the different allocations for new square footage of commercial and industrial. And following up on that, we do have a number of projects that are in the pipeline as far as housing development projects. Close to 3,000 new units are in one way or form being proposed, and roughly 540 of those units would be earmarked as affordable units. As part of this analysis, taking a look at those numbers I just mentioned, the growth is a program environmental impact report because it's not focused on one particular project. It's not just a new hotel and what are the impacts of that new hotel. This is 20 years of growth spread across the city. So in developing this report, we had a draft, we circulated it, we received comments, we responded to all the comments, not just from the community, but also from other agencies, Caltrans, Metro. At the end of our analysis, we found that most of the impacts were less than significant. There were a number of impacts which were considered significant unavoidable, as listed here. And when you have significant unavoidable impacts, it doesn't mean you can't move ahead. It doesn't mean the project has to stop or you have to figure out a way to solve it. We have what we call mitigation and monitoring programs. So we implement the programs that we can develop to lessen those impacts. So for example, we may require that there's an air quality certified equipment when you do construction, things like that. So we do have mitigation monitoring program that we're going to establish to try to lessen some of these impacts from new development. And lastly, we have a statement of overriding consideration. Again, that means you're acknowledging there are impacts, that they are significant, that they're unavoidable, but there's other reasons to adopt and move ahead with the plan, either legal reasons, economic, or social. Another thing we analyzed with those projections for the new growth for housing and jobs is we conducted a fiscal impact analysis. And so again, looking out to the year 2045, we took our service population, which is the growth in both residents and workers, and we took a look at the revenues and forecasted that out to 2045, as well as expenditures. And what we found is there is a projected deficit, and that deficit would be 11.9 million in 2045. And I do want to highlight just a few things. As I mentioned, this general plan, it's not just a housing plan. We do have an economic development element, and I'm going to read through, as I mentioned, we have like a work plan, the 20-year work plan that goes with this document. So just to highlight a couple of things to give you an idea. So this is from our economic development element, and this would be implementation action number 5, city revenues and expenditures. This is a project for, it's assigned as the finance department and economic development to assist, to track the city's current and future expenditures and revenues in line with spending towards economic development goals. Study the estimated 10-year outlook of revenues to evaluate bonding potential in support of city initiatives. Another implementation action, new fiscal revenue sources. Evaluate the efficacy of best practices for cities collecting sales tax revenues from the existing and untapped fiscal revenue sources. So I don't know, something's chiming in. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I'll keep going. So again, just wanted to highlight that in addition to projected fiscal impacts, we also are analyzing and preparing for those instances through our economic development elements. Now I'd like to switch and focus on a few discussion items. These are things that were brought up during the process that either Planning Commission or City Council or the community asked us to take a closer look at. One is a discussion of the Inglewood oil fields map, and I'm going to get my pointer working again. There we are. So there's two different maps. One is the general plan map and one is the zoning map. So the general plan map shows this entire area is green, right? Open space for the entirety of the Inglewood oil fields as well as the Baldwin Hills area. The zoning map previously showed the yellow single family extending all the way through here up until the Blair Hills neighborhood. So the direction we received was to take a closer look at reconciling the discrepancy here. And what we were able to do is to identify these parcels in the middle that were actually open space. One of them is the Stoneview Nature Center. The other one's owned by the Baldwin Hills Conservancy, and it has a trail that connects to Kenneth Hahn. So these ones we were able to rezone to open space. We reached out and talked to the directors of zoning, or no, it was a deputy director in zoning and the director for the Baldwin Hills. They said, yes, great, make them open space. That's exactly what we want. So we are proposing to rezone these. The remaining properties here, these are privately owned, and some of them have existing oil operations on them. And so our proposal for these properties is to keep the status quo, to leave the R1 zoning with the open space designation. And as I mentioned, we have these future study areas. This is one of them. This is an area where we're proposing to come back, take a closer look, engage with the community, and come up with a solution for what the future is for this area. I do also want to highlight that there is a amortization ordinance in place, as the City Council knows, for the Inglewood oil fields, as well as the settlement agreement, and that factored into our reasoning to have this as a future study area. Another area I want to focus on is a segment of Culver Boulevard. This is a portion from Alinda, roughly down to Sepulveda, or you could say ending at the motel property. So this is an area that we're proposing to have as a mixed-use neighborhood, MUN, at 35 dwelling units per acre. Currently, it's all residential on this block. And we've received lots of requests from the community, lots of concern about expanding commercial uses into this area. We're proposing it because it's consistent with our land use element, where we have policy to try to encourage commercial uses to expand into the neighborhoods, be neighborhood serving uses. However, if the council wanted to move away from that and just keep it residential, that would not be a problem. We would use the RLD, residential low density designation, and that would keep the same density that is proposed under the mixed use neighborhood. It would just remove the commercial component of it. Next, I'd like to discuss the Fox Hills neighborhood. So this is an area that we've received a lot of feedback from. I've met with Fox Hills community members, neighborhood association. We've had a lot of contact, a lot of outreach with this community. And a couple of things I want to focus on. So in this community, we are proposing our mixed-use high and mixed-use medium zoning designations. And there is a misconception that this is the only area that we're focusing the high density, and it's not. We are expanding across the whole city, really. So we're basically turning up one notch the density in the multifamily areas, all of the commercial areas, all of our commercial corridors, everywhere is getting an increased density. And when it comes to the mixed-use medium and mixed-use high, we do have many areas outside of Fox Hills that are also becoming mixed-use medium, mixed-use high. So just wanted to point that out. It is a prime area for new development. There are larger parcels here, underutilized, office parks, large parking lots. So it is an appropriate area to have this designation, and it is an appropriate area for future development. One of the comments we received that we heard back related to the EIR was that with new development and taller buildings, that could potentially impact ocean breezes. This is something that is not considered an impact under CEQA. It's something that we don't study. It's not an environmental impact. Also, as I mentioned, this area is a threshold SB 1000 neighborhood, meaning it's not a low-income neighborhood. Yes, it does have more exposure to pollution, but it's not a lower-income neighborhood. And In fact, it's actually a high-resource area, as is the entirety of Culver City, as designated by the state of California. We are focusing new improvements on Fox Hills. As I mentioned, we do have in the queue to start a specific plan process where we're going to engage with the community and really look at, along with new development, what type of benefits can we get? How can we improve mobility? How can we improve access to the park? How can we improve park amenities, street amenities, wider sidewalks, bike lanes, all of those things. Those are efforts that are ongoing, both through the future specific plan process, but also currently through the Safer Fox Hills roadway redesign process. And lastly, we are proposing to maintain the densities here, 100 dwelling units per acre, to be consistent with our housing element. I'd like to briefly talk about incremental infill. This is a topic that has come up again. Incremental infill is a concept that was proposed in our housing element. We are not proposing to adopt it. We brought it forward to council. Council said not to include it in the general plan. So, in the housing element, we have our proposed land use. In this general plan, we're having our adopted land use, what we're actually moving forward with. So this is not a component of what we're moving forward with. And the reason that we took it out, there was a number of reasons. One, we found it to be, and just real briefly, incremental infill is sort of a fourplex design concept that was originally envisioned for the single-family neighborhoods with a component for affordable housing with that. So when we brought this forward to council, we explained for your consideration that this was not consistent with some of the newer state law. The proposal for the fourplex design didn't meet the standards required for ADU law. It also didn't meet the standards required for SB 9. It was a reality that we came out with this development concept sort of before they refined some of these ADU laws and before they implemented SB 9. And so the state really superseded the concept that we were proposing. And so we chose not to include this, again, in our general plan. And another item to discuss is affirmatively furthering fair housing. So this is a concept of making sure that you're expanding housing throughout your high resource areas. And so what we've done is we've included an analysis with your staff report to show that the primary housing production that we have right now is in the single family neighborhoods. When we go back and we look at the housing element reports, it's going to be different in the future with new development coming in, but currently 60 to 80 units a year are being built in the single family neighborhoods. So our housing production is in the single family neighborhoods. Another item we want to bring up for your consideration is to make a few changes to actually what we're proposing right now. So the proposed zoning code currently permits, or is proposing to permit, auto dealerships in the mixed use 1 and the mixed use 2 designations. So just so people can see, that would be if we're starting at the Costco here, the red, that's a mixed use 2, and then along Washington, all of the pink, that's mixed use 1. So it's hard to see at the scale, but basically all of the red along all of the corridors and all of the pink along all of the corridors. That is where dealerships would be permitted, consistent with how we regulate dealerships today. Also, we would grandfather in those existing dealerships right past our downtown, the Toyota and the Honda dealership. And one of the things we're bringing for your consideration is to include dealerships as another allowed use in our mixed-use industrial and in our mixed-use medium areas. And we're asking to consider allowing these with a conditional use permit, which would mean it would come before the Planning Commission, and they would have consideration of any new auto dealership and hopefully could mitigate any impacts to make sure that it's not too impactful again, because these areas are going to be receiving or eligible for residential development, right? And so, again, we're proposing that you allow us to permit auto dealerships in the mixed-use industrial and the mixed-use medium areas with a conditional use permit. Now I'd like to discuss a few of the amendments that were proposed by the Planning Commission. So there were 5 amendments and 3 of them passed. And so the numbering is a little weird. I put them in there in the the order that they were brought up. So amendment number 1 is consideration in the mixed use 1, and again, that is the pink area, right, like along Washington Boulevard, to increase the density from 35 to 50 dwelling units per acre. So just as an example, what that means, if we're talking about a standard 5,000 square foot lot, which we have a lot of those smaller lots, that's like a single family home size lot, it would allow, instead of up to 4 units, it would allow up to 6 units on one of those standard size lots. And I just want to highlight for the council that we currently do have regulations to allow development to occur in these areas up to 50 or 65 dwelling units per acre. Typically, people can get to 65 dwelling units per acre, and that is through providing a community benefit, which means if you provide a little bit of affordable housing, as a city, we give you a density increase. Now, that is our internal benefit. This isn't the state density bonus. This can be coupled with the state density bonus to get to even higher densities. But again, just wanted to point out, we currently do have a pathway to build higher instead of 35 units per acre to get to 50 or 65, excuse me. Amendment number 2A, so there's an A and a B, there's 2 parts to this amendment. Amendment number 2A would be to remove the phrase protect existing density from the purpose statement in the R1 single family zone. And I included it here to show you where it would be removed. So basically it would read, as far as the purpose statement goes, the standards of the R1 district are intended to, skip that, and say maintain the character of the single-family residential neighborhood. So the proposal, again, is to remove this language. This doesn't have any impact on development in the single-family neighborhoods. The purpose statement is just that. It's meant to convey the purpose of the zone. So making this change, again, would not have any impact on the actual development in this area. Next, Amendment 2B, which would be to remove the maximum ADU sizes. So just as a refresher for everyone, in the R1, that's our single-family neighborhoods, currently you're allowed to build up to 4 units. That's 1 primary unit and 3 ADUs. And so the proposal from the Planning Commission would be to remove the maximum size of those ADUs. Legally, the state has requirements for minimum sizes. They require that you have at least a minimum size ADU, but they really leave it up to the cities to determine what the maximum size can be. And so for us, what we've done is we've identified, depending on if you're having a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, if you have a 1-bedroom ADU, you can go up to 850 square feet, or a 2-bedroom ADU, you can go up to 1,200 square feet. And again, there's multiple ADUs that are allowed, right? So you have the primary unit plus 3 ADUs. There is a little bit more of a distinction. There's a junior ADU, which does have a maximum of 500 square feet per state law, but there would be potentially 2 other ADUs with where there wouldn't be a maximum. Just wanted to highlight maybe some unintended consequences of removing the cap, the max size for ADUs. One, increased costs. A lot of places are rented based on square footage. So if you have an ADU that's 500 square feet, it's going to rent for a lot less than an ADU that's 2,000 square feet. Another concern or consideration would be massing, right? Part of the proposal that we're bringing forward today is to reduce the massing of those single-family homes, to kind of bring that massing down a little bit. This would kind of counterbalance that, where you would have a smaller home, but the ADU could be an unlimited size. And lastly, we have amendment number 4. So this is in regards to one of our guiding principles. So we have a number of guiding principles in the beginning of our general plan that sort of set the stage for the policies and the elements and our work plan that we have set up. And when we brought the reimagining public safety element to the city council for discussion, we were given direction to remove that element. And so with that, we also removed the guiding principle for reimagining public safety. And I included it here. This is the language that we had in there previously. And so adding this back in, It wouldn't affect any type of regulation or policies that we have in place. Those are already sort of set, if you will. This is, again, more of aspirational guiding principle to include in the document. And that concludes my presentation. We are recommending that the City Council certify the program environmental impact report, approve the General Plan 2045, approve the zoning code text and map amendments, and that you also consider the amendments that were proposed by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any pressing comments before we go to the public comments from the public?
Some questions, Mayor.
And really quick, and City Clerk, how many comments do we have?
24.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, 24. 24, correct, City Clerk? Yes. Okay. Councilmember Wier.
Thank you both for your presentation. I know this is quite an undertaking, and I think Mr. Munzer is off sick on purpose. He's like, no, I ain't coming in. But anyway, just a few questions before we listen to the speakers. How was the number of 25 units on the administrative approval determined? For the streamlining, was it just, I think there was some questions about that, and I just wanted some clarification.
Yeah, so that was done in consultation with Director Munzer, so that we discussed, because it's at the end of the day, his signature to approve these types of developments. And he said that 25 was a number, and he is online, he can chime in if he likes. But when we developed this process, he said that was a number that he felt comfortable enough to be able to approve, through an administrative process, and that larger than that, he felt it would be appropriate to go to a deliberative body.
Okay, so there was no metrics in terms of determining that number. Is this what he felt?
Right.
And then something that I find concerning is the meeting requirements from, I think we're at 3 right now, right? 3 meetings required for development, or for, I think the city, we should be doing more outreach, not less. When you go from 3 to 1 and/or 2, to me is problematic. Was there a reason why that we changed the numbers on that?
Yes, so as I mentioned, streamlining housing approval is one of the items that we're trying to aspire to. Some of the programs in our housing element speak to that. And let me gather my thoughts for a moment. I'm sorry, you have to repeat one more time. I lost it.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering, in terms of meeting-wise, I know we have a requirement of 3 meetings per development or per project, and then we're taking that from 3 to 1 on residential. City manager wants to chime in, or?
I don't know, I'm just guessing. It must be just part of the streamlining, trying to
It is
speed up
part-
the process. I'm
Right.
guessing that's the logic.
It is part of the streamlining, and also, as I mentioned before, sort of the lack of discretion that cities have, where it's really a checklist item. So when it comes to approving housing projects, if they meet the zoning code, the city more or less has to approve it, unless there's a health safety issue. But if they meet the heights, the setbacks, and so with that, we felt that having additional meetings might not be necessary, again, because the discretion of the planning commission or the director is very limited when it comes to housing projects.
Right. I understand that, and I was wondering maybe if there's a way to at least, because when you say a finite number of 1, then there's no discretion, it's one and done. Maybe we can change it to at least 2. That way it gives a little input where, residents come out and they feel like their voice is being heard and there's more interaction. That's just a suggestion on that one, but I'll rush through my other questions. In terms of we had spoken earlier about the inconsistent language with the incremental infill. That will really affect nothing. There was some concern that if the language isn't consistent, then it falls back on the state, and they can petition the state, and you go with what provides the most density. But in essence, that's what's happening anyway with SB 9 and SB 10. But can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, so again, we came up with the incremental infill policy kind of before SB 9 and later ADU regulations. So our design concept was superseded by the state regulations. So we had a fourplex design concept that looked at 4 units in one building type thing, and the ADU law prescribes a different style of development. That's again, what we have to abide by is their requirements. You have to have a detached unit, allow for a detached unit. You have to allow for a junior ADU. So there was different components of it that were inconsistent with what the state law requires. But the end result is still the same number of units, 4 units, just a different configuration.
Okay. Then a few more. On Amendment 2, you said that removing the language really has no impact. Then if it has no impact, why remove it then?
That was what the Planning Commission recommended.
So there's got to be an impact someplace. I just don't know what it is. I mean, I just don't see why remove it. Why make a big thing if it's no impact? Oh. And then just the last thing, and I'm sorry I tried to put you on the spot with all of this, but how do we address the needs of Fox Hills and the 100 units per acre? I know that it's really a concern over there, and if we do so, do we fall out of compliance? I mean, I know there's certain things that we can do and certain things that we can't do because of the state. Is this one of those where at this point we have, until the 15th of the month to get this certified, and if we start doing anything now, we fall out of compliance and maybe be subjected to builder's remedy?
That's exactly right. That's the situation that we find ourselves in right now. So the housing element that is certified by the state analyzes the higher densities in Fox Hills, mixed-use medium, mixed-use high. So that is and we also have housing inventory sites that we've identified in Fox Hills under those designations. One of them has a potential development already in process. And so we're trying to be consistent with our housing element with the goal of not falling out of compliance. That's why we're proposing to keep it at 100 dwelling units per acre in the Fox Hills neighborhood. And we're moving ahead when we are right now, because this is basically the last meeting that we can move in and get the proper approvals to make sure that everything is in place and effective so that we don't run into any issues with builder's remedy.
Okay. And then,
Mr. Morgan, we're going to come to you for public comment in just a bit.
now I just lost it too.
Well, it's okay. You'll have another opportunity to ask questions.
If we commit to the strategic plan or the site-specific plan, can as a council then commit to looking at the density, looking at the 100 units per acre, and perhaps reduce that as projects come up? I mean, is that something that the specific plan will be able to look into?
We could look into that through the specific plan process. Any reduction in density, we would have to amend the housing element and have that be certified by the state to make sure that we're not out of compliance. But we could do that through that process.
Okay. And then last is more of a comment, and then I'll throw all my other comments in together. Whereas CEQA said that, the ocean breeze isn't a CEQA impact, I don't know, it's more of a quality life impact, and I think just saying that is sort of a slap in the face to a whole lot of folks up there that are affected by it. With that, no other question. Thank you both for all this. I know that's not you, it's CEQA saying, but I appreciate it, and I'll hold my comments for later.
Any other pressing comments from questions, excuse me? Any questions from colleagues before we go to the public?
We do questions and comments together.
No, just questions right now,
Yep.
if we can.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good.
Any questions? Okay, try to be brief, Vice Mayor.
Thanks for all that. Regarding the FAR, does that include an ADU or is that exempt?
ADUs are exempt. So the reduction from 60 to 45% of the lot, the massing for the building, that would apply only to the primary unit. ADUs are exempt. So again, you can have four developments, 3 ADUs, 1 primary. So this would only regulate the size of the primary unit.
Okay, got it. And that includes the garage or does not include the garage?
We will need
Well,
to look into that and get back to you. I believe it does involve whether it's detached or attached, but let me verify in the code.
Okay, thank you. And then the community meeting question, are the current community meetings required? And then are the proposed number of community meetings, will they be required? Because I've been told that it's a suggestion currently, but not really mandatory. And is that true? And then what we're seeing here, is it not a suggestion? Is it mandatory?
Right, so the proposal of moving it into the zoning code, so that is, you're going to have to do your 1 community meeting for any residential development project and the 2 community meetings for any commercial development project. The current policy is a policy, and it is a little more flexible, where we do, in theory, require or outline more meetings, but there are, like I said, flexibilities to it. So if they have 1 community meeting and it doesn't seem to be a lot of controversy, then maybe the second one is warranted, or maybe after 2 community meetings, the third one isn't warranted. So it's a little more flexible now, but by codifying it, it makes it a standard.
Yeah, because I know that with one proposed development recently, the developer's response to the community's desires was, well, we don't even have to do this. We're just doing it because, we're good people. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Could you define high resource area? I don't know what that is.
Yes, and I might call on one of my consultants to help with that definition.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Yerkovich. I'm a principal with Ramey Associates. Good to be here this evening. The state of California, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the California Housing Tax Credit Allocation Committee develop a map, which they update every year, that identifies, that looks at every neighborhood within the state and estimates and evaluates the level of opportunity in those neighborhoods. Those are based on economic characteristics, educational characteristics, as well as environmental characteristics. The research essentially says that low-income families who are living in higher resource neighborhoods have more access to opportunity and upward mobility overall. And so the state's program to affirmatively further fair housing, in a lot of cases, looks to focus new housing in those higher and higher resource areas within the state of California. That's across the entire state. Culver City itself generally falls in the high and highest resource areas that are identified within the index that they publish each year, in which case those are good neighborhoods in general to have different income levels and different family types and provide different opportunities for economic and educational mobility within the community.
Great, thank you. Didn't know that. And then my last question. When there's a density bonus applied to a given project, is there a percentage, so we're talking about the 35 units per acre, and they apply for the density bonus to be either 50 or 65, how many of those, so it goes from 4 to 6 if it's 50, and I think 7 if it's 65. I'm doing the calculations here on my phone.
Yeah, so the way it works, there's 2 different density bonus incentives. We have a local city one, and then there's the state density bonus. Our city one allows, if you provide 15% affordability, it allows you to increase your density to either 50 or in most cases 65 dwelling units per acre. The difference is whether you're in a transit priority area, which most of the city is. So most people who qualify can build up to 65 dwelling units per acre with the requirement that 15% are allocated towards low income.
So if you
or
go
lower
from
income.
4 to 6, that's a,
You actually get to 8. At 65, you can get to 8,
and so
with 2 of them being affordable.
2 of them would be affordable. So do you round up,
Everything rounds up with housing.
Everything rounds up. So if you're at, okay. Okay, great. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other pressing questions? Can we go to our comments, please? Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm just going to read off a list of names here so folks can get prepared. We have Jack Walter, Jamie Wallace, Stephen Jones, Nabil Yaqub, Travis Morgan, Judy Sherman, Emily D., Thomas Lester, Steve Siegel, Melissa Sanders. So our first speaker will be Jack Walter. Jack, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Jack, are you able to hear us in the council chamber? Not hearing a response, we're going to go to our next speaker. Oh. Oh, okay. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace. 1 minute seated, I believe. You're online. Not seeing you online or in council chambers. We're going to keep moving here. Stephen Jones. Stephen, you've been unmuted, and I believe you have a PowerPoint as well.
Thank you. I appreciate for allowing me the time to speak. I'm a planning commissioner, but I'm speaking here in my individual capacity. Please follow the Planning Commission recommendations, especially Amendment 1, which involves increasing the density of MU1 commercial corridors from 35 dwelling units per acre to 50. When you talk about commercial corridors, this zone has more frontage on commercial corridors than any other zone, mostly on Washington and Sepulveda. The staff report says you can get more density using the density bonus, but 90% of the lots in MU1 are too small for density bonus projects to be feasible. So you talk about that, eight units and 2 are affordable. That's never been built here. I've asked what's the smallest lot that the density bonus has been used on. For 90% of the lots in MU1, the density will never be more than the base 35 because the bonus won't be feasible. I'm showing you examples here of existing small apartment complexes on small lots in Culver City along the corridors. These are all perfectly in character with their neighborhoods and illustrate exactly the kind of general density we need on our corridors. You can build a 3-story office complex in MU1, but it's illegal to build any of these today, and it will be illegal after you pass this. The Planning Commission's recommendation was to increase to 50, so that would be less dense than 3 of the 4 of these perfectly normal apartment buildings. This is not a radical change. All we're asking is that you allow more of the kinds of apartment buildings that used to be illegal to build along our corridors. Please adopt the Planning Commission recommendations. If I have a little bit more time, I just want to mention that ADUs are exempt, and the reduced FAR only applies to the primary unit, but the max size of an ADU is in part based on the square footage of the house in question, so it's not correct to say the FAR reduction won't affect max ADU size. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nabil Yaqub. available.
Good evening. Yes. My name is Nabil Yacoub. I live in Culver City more than 36 years. I'm here just to express my feeling about this mixed use. I live in Culver Boulevard, suffering so much from traffic, suffering from noise, suffering for all this type of projects. The city developed the median project, and now addition to that one is to establish mixed use. We are not like Washington Boulevard or Venice Boulevard. In Culver City have a special feature. So I'm just would like to say, please consider the elder people in this area, plus that traffic affect our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan with 1 minute seated.
If you could go to the next slide, please. So, and if we could go to full screen, that'd be great. I want you to look at this map and look at the colors. Okay, just observe the colors. Now I want you to look back at me. Where's the dark purple in this city? Where is it? Where is it? I can draw a red line right around the dark purple. This map is modern day redlining. Are you prepared to be the 21st century redliners of Culver City? Is that what you're looking to do? It is absolutely the truth, and the map proves it. Now go to the next slide, please. It is not bullshit. Don't you dare say that.
Mr. Morgan.
I'm just repeating what is being spoken to me behind my back.
I hear you. I hear you. Let's try to keep.
Are we combating discrimination with this map? Are we overcoming the patterns of segregation with this map? Even the light purple to the dark purple is a 50% increase. A 50% increase. When you add up the areas of dark purple and Fox Hills, there is a potential for 20,000 units, not including the mall, just adjacent to the residential areas. 20,000 units. The Hayden Tract is not as dense, scheduled to be as dense as we are, and they're right next to the Expo line. The Costco property is not slated to be as dense as we are. The Jefferson corridor is not slated to be as dense as we are. This is just pure inequity with the south side of our community taking on the burden of this. We already have 2,050 units out of the 2,900 units that are announced that are in Fox Hills, with another 1,000 scheduled for Bristol Parkway, a total of over 3,000 units the moment this passes. This is way before a special plan is even talked about. And it cannot be undone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman, followed by Emily D.
Ms. Valdez, can you please?
Judy Sherman.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Judy Sherman from Fox Hills. The inequitable plan for Fox Hills is well known to the city for now over a year. Nothing has been done to remedy the debacle in process happening in Fox Hills. If the density is not changed south of Slauson, the so-called robust community engagement regarding the general plan yielded no benefits for Fox Hills despite us articulating our valid concerns. This community engagement was the box checked off when it came to Fox Hills. It is surely a case study in how to be disingenuous. Where is the leadership? Who is running the city? Some say that the staff sets the agenda for the city council meetings, while others says that the mayor does. The three nodding heads to put the concerns of Fox Hills on the agenda did not happen. In contrast, the city council was very proactive in directing the staff to create a very special timeline to reach out to the community about the little property that they bought, the 0.27 acres, and yet they were silent when it came to addressing specifically the expansive area of south of Slauson designated for 100 units per acre, which is predictably has attracted 4 developers proposing 2,057 units with more to come. Obviously, that was the city's intention. Specific plan for the Fox Hills, that's after the fact. That's not gonna work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily D. Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Lester. Not seeing him in chambers or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Steve Siegel with 1 minute seated.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Troy. He said somewhere in there that this is regarding mixed use on Culver Boulevard, that it is no problem to have it just stay the way it is, basically. I'm paraphrasing what you said, and that's good because 2.5 or 3 years ago, I surveyed 26 residents when we first found out about the possibility of mixed use on our street, and every single one of them were vehemently against it and remain so. I have 16 petitions which I filed with the city of people who signed it, and there aren't that many people that live on the street, so 16 is a pretty good number. Just didn't have time to get to all 26. So we're quite unanimous in not wanting mixed use. We don't need it. We can still, it's multifamily, we can still increase density and increase the number of units there. Although I will say this, it is already gridlocked there. Emergency vehicles do get trapped there. That happens all the time. And just with 3 ADUs on our block, there's no more parking. So everyone should keep that in mind as ADUs spring up all over. It really does reduce parking on the street. It's a problem. I would like to say that the amendments that I heard mentioned from the Planning Commission, I don't know who exactly appointed whom, but I believe that the Planning Commission members come from a previous administration. They all seem to have an agenda. Every single one of them seems negative to us and the people I talk to. And per Albert was mentioning about the single-family housing, the density, take that line out. Well, no, that's the way the residents want it. So in general, I always like to say that I believe that the residents should get what they want as long as it's reasonable, if there's a majority of the residents. That's how I believe it is. I believe the Planning Commission as it stands, the majority of them have their own agenda. I think that's an issue. Of the people I've spoken to, 25 units seems a lot to just sort of rubber stamp, and I understand the issues around that, but it seems like a large number. I personally don't understand why 0.60 is too much for the FAR. It's not that big of a deal because these houses are being done tastefully. So overall, I would ask the council to please be brave and be sensible and know who's asking you to do what regarding the amendments. And I also thank you for listening to the residents overall when they propose something that's reasonable and within the majority of the residents that want that. That's what I see as I see people attempting to, a small faction trying to get what they want. The overall majority of residents usually are pretty smart about these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Afab Yakub, Daryl Menthy, Sarah Hartley, Janine Wisnowski Stalin, Curtis Rayner, and Deborah Wallace. Melissa, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi again. I want to make it very clear that whatever happens, There are a lot of these amendments that are very much towards a very niche, small minority. So to please look at what's best for the entire city and community, not just a small avenue. But more importantly, I really think it's important that we do not allow for anything to kind of slip through. We want to make sure things are adopted and signed off and things are done on time. So we are not open to any kind of litigation or builder's remedy or any of that craziness that can really create even more problems in the city. As a homeowner, I, am watching, yes, the ADUs being built. There needs to be a maximum size. You're going to have, 2,500 square feet ADUs with 1,000 square foot house, which I think is defeating the point. This group wants all this affordable housing, yet they keep wanting to do things that will be the opposite of creating affordable housing, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. So either you want 3,000 units to bring prices down, or you want smaller ADUs so people can actually afford to rent from ADUs, make a choice. But I really hope that you guys will do what's best for the city as a whole, and not just a small percentage of people.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Afif Yaqub. Okay, not seeing them in chamber.
That's possible.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Our next speaker is Daryl Minthy, followed by Sarah Hartley.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. This is the second time I've heard the entire presentation. It's sort of like watching a good movie gets better each time through. I want to thank the Planning Commission, the Planning Department for all the work that they've done over the past several years since before COVID to get this here. I kept trying to think of the right metaphor for this, whether it was an ocean liner or a whale or a continent, but this is a massive thing moving through. And at the moment, and we have to get it done, in the next few weeks. We have some time for some surgical changes, but that's what we have time for. And I'm hoping they'll take a look at at what's been proposed, what has been proposed. I went to bat for Mr. Siegel's neighborhood and Planning Commission. I think he's right. That small stretch of neighborhood, it does no violence to the housing element to eliminate the commercial elements from that small strip. And all the neighbors, I think virtually all of them signed petitions asking to keep it. So I think that's important. Also just want to defend my planning department. This is the second time I've heard people accuse them of redlining, which is, it's offensive, it's cynical, and it's offensive to history. What we're talking about is a plan for this city to move it into the 21st century, moving away from mid-20th century zoning to a world where we are living much more together than we ever have before. So I want to thank them for their effort and to say I'm sorry you have to hear those things.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Hartley. Not seeing them online or in the chambers. We're going to continue on with Janine Wisnowski Stalen.
Hello, hi, thank you. Minute 30, so I'll go fast. I was going to thank everybody for how hard you worked, so that's as far as I'm going to go with that. I appreciate the staff report and the presentation, but I have a few questions and concerns that I hope can be addressed. I am concerned about the process and the product. Namely, there are inconsistencies between the housing element of the zoning code And one that stands out for me is that the housing element still contains the incremental infill option. And I understand that we've been assured that this can be, and excuse the industry language, fixed in post, but I am not understanding why this hasn't been done in the year that since council asked for it. And I recognize that this has been a monumental process and a project, but keeping incremental infill in the former R1 zoning, as I understand it, removes the protections put in place by SB 9. And the council was clear on removing the incremental infill. And my concern is that at least one outside group has already sued Culver City on land use and has made it clear they're watching our city for this very issue. And I don't want our city open to liability and having to pay for another lawsuit that costs our community money. So I'm concerned, what I have read about SB 330, once a standard is approved in a zoning code and a general plan, it cannot be reduced. And I'm wondering if you can explain that. I'm concerned about SB 9, AB 821, and SB 30. I'm dorking and nerding out on those numbers, but I'm hoping you can answer that. And I know you're going to cut me off. The Planning Commission voted 3-2 on the addition that they wanted, and I think we should pay attention that they were divided and we should reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Curtis Rayner, followed by Deborah Wallace, Jamie Wallace, Marcy Bond, Bill Becker, Vaughn Rossi, Robert Babinick, Michael Copey, and Martin Tomas. So Curtis Rayner.
Yes, good evening. I live in Fox Hills, and yes, of course, like everywhere, we should build there. My concern is that the amount of building that is being designated or put into the Fox Hills neighborhood, as we see in the map of the dark purple and the lighter purple, is really, it just seems so unfair to those of us who live there. Of course, yes, we need to have building there. We need to have building everywhere. So, but just the amount, and just, it seems like this is an area that developers would like, but not necessarily, you know, and they're flocking to that area, but their needs seem to be being put ahead of the needs of the desires of the community members there, who, you know, so of course we need more building there. That's, I'm not saying no building, but just can we make this more equitable? And it seems like, my understanding, limited, is that the council is being rushed into, given a state deadline, rushed into something that will lock in this 100 unit per acre density. And that's not even counting the density bonuses that both the city and the state can add to that 100 units for, you know, affordable housing. And we need affordable housing too. So, but it just really seems unfair, and that the burden of this is not seemingly being shared equally across the city. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Wallace, followed by Jamie Wallace.
As we stand together in Fox Hills, we are faced with critical issue that challenges the very fabric of our community, and that is affordable housing. It's not just a matter of policy or numbers. It's about fairness, equity, and the kind of city we want to be. Fox Hills is the most racially diversity area in our city, and it has always embraced inclusivity and opportunity. Yet despite our willingness to do our part, we find ourselves shouldering a disproportionate burden when it comes to the city's mandatory housing. Nearly 3,000 units are being forced on our densely populated area. This imbalance is stark and unjust. Let's take a moment to consider the missed opportunities that occurred. The old firehouse on Seagull was once a community asset, was replaced by $1 million property that was shown on HD TV. And it doesn't stop there. The city property owned up in Culver Crest that was used for fire drills was sold at a fraction of its value and transformed into another luxury housing. These decisions reflect a pattern where wealthy, predominantly white neighborhoods have been able to evade their responsibility to accommodate affordable housing. Meanwhile, Fox Hills and other diverse areas bear the brunt. It's time for a change. It's time for the city to prioritize equity and fairness in housing distribution.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace, followed by Marcy Bond. Jamie, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Sorry, I can't be there. I am actually not related to Deborah Wallace, although I really appreciated what she said. Don't listen to the folks who keep saying that the council's threatening to remove the safety element. They're completely mistaken. The safety element is all about how the city should respond to climate change and natural hazards and identifying heat islands, violence, improving law enforcement practices by shifting police funding, establishing a safety independent oversight committee, building a community of trust, and creating a holistic approach to public safety. Last time I checked, that has nothing to do with natural disasters. There's some hot air, but it's not climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Bill Becker.
It's almost good morning. I guess the residents vote to limit the height of buildings to 3 stories means nothing to the Planning Commission, who wants to raise it to 56 feet. Not surprising, considering it was hijacked by a group of elitists focused in ideology rather than what is in the best interest of the people who live here. Under the cover of darkness, this took shape. And when I say under the cover of darkness, I mean during the pandemic, because this is when it all really began. I ask you to reject the addenda offered by the Planning Commission majority. Additionally, I would like you to accept an addendum regarding the south side of Culver Boulevard between Olenda and Sepulveda. Residents have repeatedly asked the Planning Commission of the City Council not to change the designation of that stretch from mixed use to multifamily. Please do so. Specifically, the amendments from the Planning Commission that would like you to reject are as follows: adding another 15 units per acre in mixed use corridors, increasing them from 35 to 50 per acre, adding an irrelevant section called public safety as a guiding principle, and getting rid of a maximum size for auxiliary dwelling units. These could make them very, very big. And then you're decreasing how large you can build a house on it, but allowing unlimited for ADUs. I would also like the reference to protect the existing density to remain in there for the single family residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Becker, followed by Vaughn Rossi.
Hello. My neighbors and I in Culver Del Rey are very much in favor of preserving the existing community meeting requirements. And we've had a taste of how community meetings can go wrong in terms of the notification requirements. But we still believe that this is the solution for the general plan and for the zoning code update is not the solution you should adopt, and that these community organizing or, community outreach guidelines were in the council's wisdom enacted back in about 2007 and 2008 and are flexible and not arbitrary. I think the answers that the people over here gave when Councilman Vera asked, what about this number? Why are we bumping down from as many as 3 community meetings to only 1? It was kind of arbitrary, and what we would suggest is, again, stick with, if at all possible, the community outreach guidelines that have served us and have been serviceable, I think, so well for so many years. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. My name is Vaughn, lifelong resident and former Culver City bus driver. I'm here to echo Bill's statements about the community outreach guidelines. I'm asking the Culver City Council to reject item 17625. It's meant to streamline developers' application process and undermine or limit community engagement and influence over projects. I don't think that City Council should be in the business of helping greedy developers make fistfuls of cash at the expense of community engagement. Developers should be required to answer to the concerns and demands of communities they want to profit off of. Item 17625 effectively destroys the community's opportunity to consider, respond to building conditions. Culver City Council should instead be arming constituents with the tools they need to guide development as development within its borders. Please expand community engagement requirements for wealthy developers and reject item 17625.
Our next speaker is Robert Fabianic.
Michael Copy's my name. I've met all of you except you, Ms. McMorrin. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The idea of one community meeting is an absurdity. That's a dog and pony show. There's no dialogue, there's no accountability, there's no engagement. The only people that are against community meetings are developers and bureaucrats. Everybody in Culver City finds appreciation in the intent of community engagement. It's not going to stop a project, we all know that, but it facilitates dialogue, discussion. It puts accountability on the table. One community meeting, the developer comes in, they go out and have a beer and laugh at everybody. The idea that it streamlines the process is specious. They happen concurrently with the building process. That's a totally disingenuous argument. So I urge you to strike, 17625, which is not connected to anything else in the entire rezoning package, and keep the process that you have. I will work with you. You guys had about a year almost. In February, you put it on the agenda to address the community meetings thing. There's lots of problems with it. We all agree about that. I will get on a committee and we'll solve the problems. Mr. Vera, you complained about the fact that you weren't notified and the catchment area. Mr. Puza, you and I both agree things should be in Spanish and English and maybe Japanese. Mr. O'Brien, there's a way to make sure that everybody gets a mailing. You contract with the United States Postal Service. You don't leave it to the damn developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martin Tomas, followed by Nancy Barba. Not seeing Martin in the chamber or on WebEx. Our next speaker is Nancy Barba. Nancy, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you and good evening, Council. I have a long list, but I don't have enough time to go through my list. Bringing incremental infill back to the general plan would allow communities to make the most out of underutilized land, would enhance our neighborhoods' vibrancy and economic sustainability, would make it easier for these types of homes to be adaptable to the character and needs of the existing neighborhood, and they would help foster a sense of community and belonging. Allowing ADUs of any size, not only are they more likely to accommodate families, they also provide flexible housing solutions. For a lot of people that cannot afford a single-family home, they are more likely to be able to afford a single-family home, which then they can maybe share with another family member and provide them their own multiple-bedroom home on the same lot. Larger ADUs also accommodate growing families, providing a feasible way that more families that have not had the benefit of accruing wealth to join our community. It also promotes affordability. And I've asked several times, please monitor ADU creation, and are they being registered
Ms.
in
Barba, your
the
time
renter?
has expired. Thank you.
Let's let her finish her sentence as
Okay.
we have with everybody who's spoken.
Thank you. Check that the ADUs that we're claiming as housing units are then registered in the rental registry. And if not, ensure that they're not becoming short-term rentals. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Tom O'Neill, followed by Connor Profit and Denise Neal.
Thank you, council members. I asked a question first. Where is home ownership as a goal in the general plan? For decades, people have come to California to escape rough weather and to start fresh in an open land. People are leaving the Golden State because of mismanagement, crime, higher taxes, and higher cost of living, largely the result of mismanagement in every sector, including energy production, government intervention, land misuse, and an unfriendly business environment from mom and pops to SpaceX. Don't let Culver City become part of the problem. Solving the problem does not mean finding a quick and dirty way to meet ridiculous mandates from the state, which were ironically contributed to by a former Culver City mayor who loved her bike. Fox Hills used to be a really wide open space, a golf course, but people who decided to build there managed to strike a balance between a neighborhood and commerce. That balance works. Condos wrapped around a low-profile business park. It was perfect. That park can be revitalized. The operative axiom here is don't mess with success. And yet now we're told that you want to build 3,000 housing units in Fox Hills, 100 units per acre. How does 2,000 extra cars sound in relation to air quality? Let Fox Hills remain Fox Hills. Low key, low level, well integrated, family friendly, with room to breathe and room to park. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Connor Profit, followed by Denise Neal.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to speak to a couple things, ADUs, and then the proposed mixed-use corridor on Culver between Elenda and Sepulveda. I think the mixed-use corridor between Sepulveda and Elenda is great. There's already a vibrant district, business district, all the way along Washington from Overland to Sepulveda, and I'd like to see more shops and coffee shops open up for people in that neighborhood, like myself. On the issue of ADUs, I think that there is a maximum height for ADUs in R1, R2, and R3 of 26 feet. But on other residential structures, if it's a flat roof, it's 26 feet. And then if it's a sloped roof, it's 30 feet. So I'd like to maybe see that the ADU height limits match a little bit more in terms of like other units in those given residential zones. And then the other thing is there's a current 2-story limit, I think, on all residential buildings in those zones. But what a lot of people do is build a loft, and a loft is defined as less than 1/3 of the area of the building below. So if the second story is 500 square feet, that would be, I don't know, what's 1/3 of 500? Let's say 50, 150. That'd be 150. So if you can maybe open that up to be the full story, that might give people more room to live, so we can like build up and not just out. Thanks.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and community at large. My name is Denise Neal. I'd like to know if Fox Hills can be lifted of this burden of overdevelopment by focusing on Helms District. We have a lot of dilapidated properties there. It's within the transit hub, and I've been really pushing and pulling for a multi-agency law enforcement substation. I've spoken to the 5 or 6 agencies that would have jurisdiction over the Lowe's owned property, Ivy Station. They're all on board, and we need to use that commercial space that's not being utilized for every law enforcement agency that has jurisdiction. I studied the maps. I got them from Culver PD. We need to provide a 24-hour restaurant. We need a 24-hour convenience store where Co-op was. And we need a uniformed, constant, round-the-clock presence within that transit hub area. We need to work with Los Angeles to build mixed use all throughout that Helms District, Little La Cienega, Big La Cienega, whatever it takes. It can be rebuilt, and we have to work those shared borders with Los Angeles, especially if we're going to survive these major sports events coming up, and if we're going to thrive economically and keep that public safety like the amendment number 4 said. Please, please make it happen. I'm praying that you can do it, Mayor, because you've got something to show for us being our first Black female mayor, and I'm really, really hoping that you can build bridges with law enforcement and work with LAPD, Western and Pacific Division, Metro Police, all of them. Please help Culver PD. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron.
All right. Thanks to all the speakers for enduring with us till the, well, it's still not wee hours, but thanks for all the input. In listening to everybody speak, I know growth and change is scary, especially when it seems like it's being focused in one area. You have to realize this is over a 20-year span, and it's potentially what we can be as a city, which leads me to a couple more questions from you, sir. How do we, really mindfully address some of these concerns that are going on with Fox Hills? I understand, the 100 units per acre, but I think there's a disconnect, and maybe I'm wrong, but if this isn't certified, if we don't get this passed, one, it's too late to really do, as Mr. Memphi said, we can do some surgical changes, but to do big chunks of change like move the 100 units per acre, reduce that, is something that we wouldn't be able to undergo and still meet the deadline, correct?
That's right. Yeah, reducing a density anywhere substantially would be something that we would need to amend our housing element to do, and there's not time before the state deadline to do that.
And then if say we go that route, then it's basically these unintended consequences that we will then fall into builder's remedy, and the exact opposite of what we're trying to stop, what could potentially happen in that area plus anywhere in the city, correct?
Right, yeah. So if we were to fall out of compliance, then fall into builder's remedy, anyone could propose to build anything anywhere, and we would not be able to deny it.
But I struggle. I see their needs, but I see the needs of the city as a whole and how we need to move forward. Through the specific plan, though, if council makes a commitment to look at each site or each development opportunity up there, we can then potentially do that as long as we submit a amendment and see if it's still, they can opine on it and see if it, without falling out of compliance, if that amendment would be sufficient enough to still stay in compliance, and then we can reduce it that way, correct?
Correct, yes. That would be the process to lower the density without falling out of compliance.
So I hate beating the dead horse. On the council level, our hands are pretty much tied. Either we approve this or we don't, and then potentially fall into builder's remedy, correct?
Right. The state deadline is October 15th, and there's this council meeting and potentially the second reading in September, and then if everything was approved, come October 9th, everything would be certified and in effect before the deadline of October 15th.
Okay. So just going down some of these amendments, and I'll come back to Fox Hills in a second. to increase the density from MU1 zone from 35 to 50. I would rather stay at 35. And I don't know if we want to take one vote at a time, or do you want us to go down each?
Well, take the vote in a second, but you can, I'm tallying.
All right, I'm just gonna, so I think remaining 35. I think on ADUs, one of the speakers said that doing ADUs would create, making bigger ADUs would increase affordability. I think it's the exact opposite, and you had mentioned it. It goes basically by size. The larger it is, the more it's going to cost, or correct, potentially.
Right, yeah. Places usually rent based off of square footage.
Right. So I think removing them, we should not remove the maximum size on that. I agree with allowing auto sales in mixed use. I don't agree if it doesn't make any difference. I'm not in agreement with removing the language to protect the existing density. I think we leave it as is. I agree with removing the mixed-use component on Culver Boulevard and have it remain as is, and that's an easy fix, correct? And it doesn't affect anything.
Right, it would remain the same density.
Okay. And then the public safety component, I think what we as a council, at least the council majority, asked to remove it. I don't believe it belongs here. I think there's areas where it's better fit. This is a 20-year document, whereas the strategic plan, my understanding, it's a 3-year document, and it's constantly evolving as, and Chief Sims, I don't know if you're able to speak on that really quick. My understanding is it's a 3-year document, and how are you, sir? So we're currently working on the strategic plan, correct?
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are currently working on our 3-year strategic plan. It's been in process for a couple of years. It was put on hold for various reasons a couple of times, but we are committed to get it done by the first of the year. We're working with the council subcommittee, with our chief's advisory panel, and it will also include community outreach and input. And I would recommend to the council that the language that is in the amendment related to policing and public safety be removed for the reasons that were stated. When the element was removed from the general plan, specifically, this language is much more appropriate for a police department strategic plan. Policing is ever-changing, and to have languages pretty specific is included in the amendment in a 20-year document doesn't make a whole lot of sense, in my opinion. Additionally, there are having a language such as is proposed in a general plan, which falls under the purview of the planning department, creates confusion, even if it is a guiding principle. So those are a couple of reasons why I'd recommend it be removed.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So I agree. I think that language should be removed. And then, back with Fox Hills, I understand, Deborah and Judy and all the folks who came out and spoke, the dilemma and the anger and the fear that is going through the residents, specifically in that area, and you feel that you're being singled out. And I feel that we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard spot. Like said, if we don't get this through, then we will have the exact opposite, or potentially, of what we're trying to avoid, and that's builder's remedy, where they can come build anywhere, anything, without the state. And I see you're upset, Judy, but I don't know, either I vote no on it, or we pass it, and then we have a commitment from council to work on each specific project that comes forward. That being said, I think I covered all the points. I'm willing, I'm committed to work with each and every one of you guys up in Fox Hills to sit and talk with you. But with that, I think at this point, Mayor, those are all my comments. Thank you, both of you, Emily and Troy, for all the hard work, and Mark, listening from home. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this has been a long process. I remember when we started this, and I think we created a subcommittee which was Councilmember Small and Councilmember Sully Wells. So this must be, 6 years ago at least. So COVID really screwed us up there for a while, clearly so. I am quickly going to ask a question about Fox Hills. What is the current density on the residential side of Fox Hills? Because what we're talking about now is the commercial side. But on the residential side, what's the density up there now?
It varies from, the highest is 70, and then I think 50.
Okay, so
But the
between
highest is
50 and 70. Okay. So if you say 50, we go to 100, we increase it with 100%, potentially. Well, in R1, we have increased our density with 400%. We've gone from 1 unit to allow 4 units, right? 2 ADUs and 1 junior ADU. So there is an increase everywhere. And then, we're increasing in our other areas as well. So it is spreading out our density increases through the whole city. And none of us want a builder's remedy. Santa Monica ended up there, and that was a mess because suddenly they had applications for, 15-story high-rises in the middle of, regular areas. So we don't want to go there. So I think we really, and it's not going to be my job, but I think the future council needs to look at the specific plan very quickly and get something that works for everyone. Going back to all the different aspects here. With regards to the FAR, going to 0.45, that also goes back to, 18 or 17 or somewhere. I remember we had this McMansion discussion, and there was packed in our chamber here, and people were screaming bloody murder about these big buildings going up on these small 50 by 100 feet lots in our city. And staff got direction from council to figure something out. Staff came back with 0.5, and at the meeting, suggestions from some of my colleagues were that we should actually lower it even to 0.45 to avoid these McMansion buildings. That's how this all came about. We had the 0.6 before that, and then it went back here due to a lawsuit about a year ago, but now we have the opportunity to correct that. One thing that actually plays into this is that by having a little lower FAR, it actually allows for reasonable sized ADUs and still have some kind of backyard, some kind of greenery. So we don't sort of have concrete everywhere on the whole lot and then buildings, right? We don't want that. That's heat sink. There's no way for the water to go anywhere. So we actually, in these discussions, we had that argument that it disallow for reasonable size ADUs, which I agree that we should keep the maximum, but it also allow for some kind of backyard, which I think we all value, where you can have, you can sit outside You can have a tree, you can have some greenery, and it sort of cools down our whole city, not having concrete everywhere. So that's really where, and I'm supporting us going back to the 0.45. Let's see here now. If we go through the things we discussed here. Community meeting, yeah, I was also concerned about why we only require one, right? We had 3, and I remember discussions, I think we went from 2 to 3 at some point during my time on council, with a lot of argument why, and I think going back to 1 feels uncomfortable for me. So I would like to say that we should say in the general plan, we should say minimum 2 for both projects, both commercial or residential. I will make a motion later. The director approval, also that sort of the 25 that is just taking out of the blue. I have no opinion. I think it sounds large for me, but I think it's more interesting to see how many projects fall below the 25 and how many falls above, and really that, I thought that was what staff had looked at and concluded, yeah, well, 25 is probably good because that will separate, this many going to planning and council, and this many we can handle internally. But from what I understand, it was more a judgment call.
Council member?
Yeah.
I'd like to add something to that particular item, and that is, even though it will be subject to administrative approval, it's appealable
No, I know
to the
that.
planning commission and ultimately to the city council. So it's not.
Yeah.
At any rate.
No, of course, yeah, can be appealed, absolutely. But I'm going to listen to my colleagues on that issue. I'm not married to anything there. With regards to the different amendments, I actually went to the planning commission and listened to the whole discussion, and so I also saw this presentation for a second time, and it was a little better actually, because I got some more points out of it. So let's see. On amendment number 1, which is increased density MU1 to 50, I do not agree with the split majority of the planning commission on that. I would support keeping MU-1 to 35 units per acre. On amendment number 2, that also was passed by split planning commission, I would say that I think you separated it. 2A was, I think 2A was the wording protect R1 density. Yeah, we keep that because I think that's what I want. And 2B, I support keeping the maximum size that we currently have in staff suggestion on ADUs. On amendment number 4, which also was, I see, was a split vote, and that was to reinstate the public safety guiding principle. No, we shouldn't. We don't have the element anymore. It's sort of just hanging there. It doesn't make sense. So, and I heard the chief here explaining his 3-year plan and so on. So then it didn't even less made sense. Well, yeah, I saw the discussion in the planning regarding allowing auto sale in more zones with a conditional use permit. I think that makes sense. Auto dealerships for the audience. So the average dealership in our town generates between $500,000 to $1 million in revenue to the city every year. And when you look at the fiscal analyzing that we have in this plan, that explains for us that if this plays out like the people who analyzed the financials on this, after 20 years, we will be sort of $11-12 million negative from this, meaning that what we're building will cost more in services than we would bring in other areas. So therefore, I think it's important to allow for this extension with a conditional use permit. And also, you know, for everyone who's been to a Tesla showroom, there is no big parking lot. There is a showroom with 1 or 2 or 3 Teslas. That's it, right? So it's a new type of selling cars that also happens. I think it makes sense. Then there was also Amendment 5 from the Planning Commission that failed, and that was regarding Culver Boulevard between Elenda and Sepulveda mixed use. I drive Culver quite often, and it's a fast street, right? From when you get off the freeway and then you drive Culver Boulevard going east, the speed limit is pretty high there. I don't think it would be good to start having a lot of commercial first floor activity there because there is very limited street parking and speeds are pretty high. And since the neighborhood doesn't want it, and to go to just multifamily zoning, and it's still 35 units, so we don't screw up anything with regards to our housing element in our planning. So I would support the change of zoning there from the mixed to residential. Mayor, have I covered everything? Anything else I need to, you want my opinion on, or? That relates to this.
Well, you know, your opinion is always freely given, Councilmember Erickson. I never have to ask. I think you covered everything. I have you.
Okay, good.
Everything here.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, staff, for sticking this out. It's been a long, long process, and it's totally different faces there now than when we started, right? So it's been a long trip, so thank you.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to staff for the presentation. Thanks to the Planning Commission for their work, and thanks to all the public comments. I served on the GPAC, and we discussed public outreach, and you know, it will never be enough. Feedback is important because this is the future of the city for the next 20 years and beyond. As far as Fox Hills, I live in Fox Hills, so I very much understand this issue. I did fight for equitable distribution throughout the city because balance is important, and I fear if all the housing, if we didn't, all the housing would end up in Fox Hills. And I hear members of the community say that they want to keep the character of the neighborhood just like other parts of the city do. Fox Hills is not close to the metro. It's taken years to get momentum with the mobility infrastructure. Also, neighbors have shared that they're looking forward to neighbors because more density will bring some benefit to the neighborhood, restaurants, shops, stores, community spaces, and on. But this should apply across the city, not just Fox Hills. So Fox Hills is being asked to take on the burden while other parts of the city are asking to unload their burden. So I do have skin in the game. So as far as the amendments, Amendment 1, just a quick question. I know you kind of went over this, but how many lots in the MU1 are eligible for density bonus projects?
So any lot, it's not regardless, it doesn't matter the size of the lot. For our community density bonus, any size lot would be eligible potentially.
Okay, and then how many lots, are there any lots that would be too small?
Not too small. I would say it's more difficult to develop smaller lots just logistically, but, the smaller lot's going to get a smaller development. That's the nature of it.
Because with the 15% requirement for affordable housing, do you think a small developer was going to be able to afford to subsidize that amount?
So we did do an analysis. It was an affordable housing analysis that looked at various scenarios, and they showed at different densities, 35 dwelling units per acre, 50 dwelling units per acre, and then 65 using a density bonus. And it did show that, and the analysis used a 3/4 acre site as the basis, not a small site. So that's the only thing we have to go off of. But the analysis showed with these 3/4 acre sites that there's sort of a scale of how likely they are to develop. And those lower densities, 35 dwelling units per acre, 50 dwelling units per acre, those were labeled as somewhat likely to develop. Whereas once you hit 65 units per acre and you include with affordable units, those were considered more likely to develop. So having that additional density added through the bonus is a major incentive for building. But again, this analysis was done on what we consider to be more of a viable development site. So they were done for a 3/4 acre site. Again, looking at all these different density levels, but not for the smaller sites.
And is there a way to determine in the MU ones, is there a way to determine how many like small lots there are in the totality of the MU1?
We could do that through a GIS analysis pretty quickly, and it would just calculate all the lots, all the sizes. Anecdotally, I was looking a lot at the Washington Boulevard going from Culver towards the downtown, and there's a lot of smaller sites. A lot of sites are 5,000 square foot or even a half-size site, like a 2,500 square foot. That would be like half the size of a single-family lot. So there are a fair amount of smaller sites.
My concern on this one is that theoretically this makes sense, but I feel like there are a lot of smaller lots, and so the affordable units, it's going to be harder for the smaller developers to do, so they're not going to be built. And so that's why I think moving to the 50 dwelling units per acre would make sense, so it could pencil out, and then we can get those smaller, so it's just, we'll pencil out, and so we can actually get those. So for Amendment 1, I do see the rationale for increasing to 50 dwelling units per acre. It does make sense based on our city. For Amendment 2, you mentioned the ADU, that's the fastest growing housing production in the city. Can you remind the public and myself, do we know who that's being rented to, those units? Do we catalog that, or?
We don't have an analysis of that. That's something that we could potentially look into, but it would take a little bit of legwork to
Sure. I mean, that'd be interesting to know if it's actually who it's serving. And then what's the intended goal of adding ADUs in R1 zone?
I would say the goal would be to add more housing stock and more affordable housing as well.
Okay, so for me, that would, it makes sense to remove protecting the existing density because of the goal of adding ADUs in the, I know it's semantics, but words have meaning. So for me, it does make sense to exclude that. And then with removing maximum ADUs, maximum ADU size, we're reducing FAR, so that's also going to reduce ADU size and production. So I'm somewhat sympathetic to, the unintended consequences. So is there a way that we can increase the percentage for the attached ADU? because right now it says 50% of the gross square footage of the primary dwelling unit on the lot, whichever is less.
Yeah, that's something that we could look into. I think it would probably be better for us to think through it and analyze it a little bit and come back with maybe a recommendation of comparatively other cities, what have they done, what do we recommend, but it could be done.
Okay, great. Thank you. On Amendment 3, point ticket about revenue, we do need revenue. I'm wondering if a compromise could be, I heard an idea, is there, and I know there's opening of the Acura dealership, and kind of the trend is not to have car lots, it's mostly showrooms and then maintenance areas. Is that something that we can, push or move towards having not car lots and have showrooms instead of car lots?
Yeah, that's something, again, we could kind of see what the best practices are, what makes sense, limiting square footage. At a certain point, it transitions into just a retail use. If there's not any inventory on site, it's just sales, but that's something we could look into.
Great, thank you. For Amendment 4, as a former member of GPAC, I know that the intent was to have a public safety element and have it as a guiding principle. I understand that the element was removed by the council majority. And I do respect what the chief has to say, and I hear what he's saying. But this is a vision for the city, that's being set by the council. And I do believe multiple things can happen at once. So we can have a principle and we can have the strategic plan happening concurrently. And I do know that, there is a time and a place to lead, and this, is something new that general plans don't necessarily have. And we don't always have to lead, but this is an opportunity to do that. I hear everyone talking about lately public safety in one way or another, how it's, everything from the minute they wake up to they go to bed. So this is something really important. Elected officials can come and go, commissioners and committee members can come and go, but, I think everyone knows that on some level, these conversations are not going to go away. They certainly ebb and flow, but sweeping them under the rug will not resolve it. So I think it's important. Words have meaning, as I said earlier, and it's fine to have a high-level vision for our future. This is really benign. And so I'd love to see, our city invest in this, so we're prepared for when crisis hits rather than being reactive, because, we haven't thought about the high-level work. And then Amendment 5. Jim, would you know how many lots would be eligible for commercial if it remained mixed use? Did you say that?
Yeah, we would have to tally it up, but I'm going to say just estimating somewhere around like 20-ish. I'm not exactly sure how many lots are on that block.
Okay, and can small apartment complexes be torn down and replaced with commercial businesses?
The way it works is the housing has to be replaced. So if someone wanted to demo like a duplex, they couldn't just demo it and build a convenience store. They'd have to build a convenience store with those units replaced at those same affordability levels that they were at when they demoed them.
All right. For this one, in the spirit of, this is about change. This is about 20 years and beyond. We're talking about different areas all having to share the burden of, growth. So I I'm fine keeping it at the mixed-use designation. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Just to confirm, you said what was your conclusion for Amendment 5?
I'm sorry?
Your conclusion on Amendment 5, just for my notes?
I think it's, sorry, I forget if it's, give me 1 second.
Keep it the same.
Keep it the same.
Yes, keep it the same.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Again, thanks to Troy and Emily, your whole team. Thanks to Mark up in the ether sphere. I hope you're feeling better. And thanks a lot to everyone who commented. I hear you, and there's a lot to take in. I was just looking at book number 2 of the general plan I have here. Goes up to 2,000 and something pages. So this was if the community doesn't realize, it was a big lift. It took a lot of time and a lot of community input, and it was certainly hampered by COVID. It made all of those community meetings difficult. Primarily this is a land use document, and that's what the majority of the comments here have been tonight. I didn't realize this. So every 10 years, we're given arena number. That's our goal of how many units we need to produce in a 10-year period, and that terminates in 2029, right? I'm sorry?
It's an 8-year cycle.
Oh, 8-year cycle, excuse me. 8-year cycle. And to give everyone an idea of where we're at with this and the number of units we need to produce, the last RENA cycle was 185 units. This one is 3,341. It's over 18 times more. And going into I've been around a few years in Culver City, and I remember when a lot of the leaders in our city who are currently, you would classify them as YIMBY, yes, in my backyard, more density, more density. Not too long ago were NIMBYs. They didn't want density. There were council members that pushed for this higher number that once voted against density. I can think of 2 projects, one across from the school district on Irving and another one, Tilden Terrace, pushed against higher density in those areas, which is not Fox Hills, by the way. And we're kind of stuck with this, conundrum where we have to produce these numbers. And yeah, Fox Hills is getting a big chunk of it. Another big element to all of this that I don't think anyone's really talked about is, looking at the pipeline projects, and again, most of them are in Fox Hills. We're going to meet our 8-year RENA cycle goal if these come to fruition, if they get built. The thing that we're not going to meet is the affordability element. And that's it's something like 50 or 60% of those, per state need to be affordable. But the thing about these, and I've been told by staff over and over again, the density levels are largely driven by the size of the properties that exist. And those larger properties can actually accommodate more affordable housing. Mr. Morgan, I hear you on, and Ms. Sherman and Ms. Wallace and everyone that spoke for Fox Hills. I completely hear you, and I understand the fear of all of this. And it's just, that's the physical makeup of that that area, and it was driven through the housing element in prior councils. And our staff has worked really hard to figure out how we're going to place, how we're going to do this. And if we were to say, no, you can't build those, not only would we not meet our affordability goals, we wouldn't even come close to our just production, overall production. And I will say, on the other side, something that hasn't been spoken about is the impact fees that we're going to receive as a city from these developments. I've talked to staff and I reached out to the known developers that are building these, as well as the one on Washington, where the former NFL Productions was. That's a big development. It's going to be around 500 units there, and it's a bigger lot. So that was one lot in a different part of town. Because of its size, it received a higher density designation. It's in the millions, if not, maybe even tens of millions of impact fees. That impact fees is extra money that developers have to pay to the city for mobility projects. So all these bike projects that we're talking about throughout the city that we're like, how are we going to pay for them? There's a lot of money coming to the city from these projects for that. Park, Commissioner Bond said, where are we going to get the money for this? There's a lot of park money that's coming, that's coming to the city because of these developments. And then there's public art. All of these are impact fees that we get from these developments that will enhance these neighborhoods. And I want most of those impact fees to go to the neighborhoods that are most affected. That's my personal view. Okay, so that's my kind of overall comment to the general plan. I do want to acknowledge the concerns about the YIMBY people, meaning law, going after us. And I just want to confirm with staff that amending this later is we feel good about that, especially in light of a recent email we got.
When you say amending it later, what do you?
Well, we come back and address the discrepancies between the housing element, the language of the housing element, and the land use documents in the general plan. And this is a foreign language to me, so I need help.
That's something that we could do. We could go back and revise the housing element to remove any references to anything that we're not proposing to move forward with anymore.
And that we feel good that we're in a good space delivering a general plan. Okay, all right, I just want to confirm that. Okay, so I'll go to the amendments, and pretty quickly. Thank you. With Amendment 1, I see an opportunity with the 35 for builders to get up to 50 with and help achieve our goal of more affordable units, going after density bonuses there. So I do not agree with Amendment 1. I think we should keep it at 35, which will increase the likelihood, my feeling, to add 1 or 2 affordable units in there, as opposed to moving up to 50 and it's all market rate. That's a goal of all of ours, I think. The ADUs, I agree with what Councilmember Erickson said. I think we should seek to provide opportunities for more green space in our housing projects, and having maximum unit sizes, or removing the maximum unit sizes presents an issue where you've got this massive blocking of 4 units on a property, and as staff stated, reduces the likelihood of affordability because they are larger, and ADUs typically are priced because of by size, they're more expensive. So, so 1 and 2 are no's for me. 4, I spoke pretty strongly on this issue the first time around. So I'm against this. I know that the police department was not involved in the conversation of public safety, and it didn't go through the process of review that the other elements did. And you know, if it is going to be revisited at some later point after we approve the plan, great. But I'm against that. Amendment 3. I agree with Councilmember Erickson. We need to find ways to raise revenue in the future, and the $11.9 million structural deficit that we're looking at in 20 years, we should, where appropriate, and these feel like appropriate areas, you know, allow auto dealerships to you know, put their businesses there, because sales taxes on something small, like, I don't know, you know, whatever, a mattress, it raises a lot less money than something super expensive, than like a $50,000 car. And car dealerships, cities that have car dealerships are afloat in cash. There's lots of stories on the Cerritos. I don't want to become a Cerritos auto mall, but they have a lot of services for they have great schools, a lot of money that goes to their city because of that. And I don't think they worry much, or they want much for funding. So I do want to allow auto sales in the mixed-use, medium and mixed-use industrial zones. And then the zoning along, this is a we're not changing density. We're not impacting, we're not reducing housing density there. It's just removing a commercial element from a small neighborhood that doesn't want it, and it does not currently exist at. So I am in favor of that. Oh, and I forgot to mention regarding the, so that's the amendments. And lastly, I agree with my colleagues about the community meetings I've seen over the now decades I've been here in Culver City, where community input has made projects better, and it's valuable, and it should be given. So Councilmember Erickson said minimum of 2. I'm good with that, if everyone else is. And that's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Thank you so much to everyone who was a part of this process, everyone that provided a comment this evening. Thank you so much to staff and all of the consultants who worked on this project over several years and many late council meetings. So very grateful for council and planning meetings, I guess. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, as it looks like there's already consensus for some amendment items. I do just want to lift up, you know, I started out in this community with my advocacy in the PTA, and my first city committee was the General Plan Advisory Committee, and I later served as vice chair of that committee. And I remember being in this room, and someone from Ramey and Associates, and I think former Megan Sally Wells was the mayor at the time, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong on that. But they, you know, were sitting in that room, and you know, we were really encouraged to dream big about what our community could look like in 2045. I remember no one had mentioned the word equity after we got to the end, and I really lifted that up as something that I thought should be core to the work that we were doing as we planned for what our community would look like in 2045. And I always thought it always struck me that, you know, even in the beginning stages, equity was something that really eluded us as we planned. And, and tonight, like many council meetings before, we make 5 human beings make decisions about the future of our community and what it will look and feel like, who will be a part of it, who will be centered in the plans of what's to come in our community. And we all know there is a history of exclusion, as Culver City was a sundown town that had explicit racial covenants preventing anyone that was not white from owning in our community. And that had many cultural and other impacts as to how folks experience life and what their quality of life was in our community. And again, this is just a fact. I'm not trying to make anyone feel any kind of way. I just think it's important to lift that up. And there are residual impacts from those facts that we know to be true today. That's often reflected in the racial makeup of home ownership in our community as a result of who was able to own initially and who's able to pass on that asset in their community, or in their family, excuse me. And, as it pertains to neighborhoods like Fox Hills that were, was annexed in and, children were not able to attend CCUSD schools until the 90s, despite being a part of Culver City for some time before that. Moments like meetings just like this one, decisions are made about what our communities look and feel like. So I just think it's important to sort of hold that in the context of what we're discussing. When we talk about what communities will hold more. And again, I want to be careful because when we do talk about housing, we talk about human beings. We talk about our staff, many of which our staff members commute long distances to come and work and serve, whether that's city staff departments or whether that's law enforcement. Many of our staff members, arguably, I think most of our staff members do not live in Culver City. And I think a large function of that is because of cost of living. So I think it behooves us as policymakers and just community members to continue to keep that to the forefront, not just for, that sake, but also some of us are parents, thinking about our children, thinking about their children, will our community be affordable for them? So I say all that to say, and I also am a member of the Fox Hills community as well. So this is very personal for me as Fox Hills when I became housing insecure, because it is something that happens to regular folks, regular people. Fox Hills was the only place that I could afford to buy into. It is one of the last affordable spaces in Culver City. And I do think, and I advocated throughout this process for there to be more equitable allocations of housing throughout our community. This is not something that I'm just saying tonight. I've been saying it throughout this entire process. I'm not sure. I think there's a rumor going around that I've prevented us from discussing Fox Hill zoning. There's never been any prevention of any agenda items coming toward this council from me. Agenda items are prepared and we discuss them with the city manager and city clerk when they are ready to come back before council. And I just give input as to in terms of timing. So I have not held up any discussions about Fox Hills. I understand that is something that has been circling, so I just want to make sure that that's clear for the record. And staff can feel free to corroborate that or not, but I am not lying. As well, it doesn't feel just. Seeing the map and seeing the deep colors and knowing the history of the city, this is a reflection of our choices. These are a reflection of the policies that are being made, and it's shameful. I feel that very deeply. It's shameful that it seems that there's consensus to move forward with codifying something that we knew that was coming because of decisions that were made at this dais. And we're unable, or as a body, we're unwilling to do that to a similar neighborhood in our community. So we're able to see it for some neighbors in terms of more density not being fair for some neighbors in Culver City, but not willing to see and make sure that it's not the same for others in Fox Hills, the densest, most diverse neighborhood in Culver City. So you know, I think it would be great in the spirit of equity, in the spirit of everyone locking arms in this housing and homelessness crisis, and our entire community doing what we can to ensure that everyone is doing their fair share and that we are all chipping in to welcome new neighbors, to welcome our children, to welcome our grandchildren into our community. That it makes sense to, for Amendment 1, bumping up to the 50. And I think it is important to remove that, excuse me, let's make sure I have the right language. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter me going through this because there are the votes, but I do think it's important just to make sure that folks know where I stand on things and how I'm approaching them. So if y'all just bear with me for me to find the direct quote. Okay, here we go. So in terms of, so I've already said for Amendment 1, I'm comfortable increasing to 50 in the spirit of everyone being in support of welcoming more neighbors and sharing the load of welcoming new neighbors. And for Amendment 2, I recommend the removal of the protecting existing density, because I think that really codifies the exclusion, the historical exclusion that has been present in our community that we know to be true through the historical context study and many other means that we know that there was intention behind having single-family zoning in Culver City to exclude certain groups from being a part, which was talked about in the historical context study that this council approved. I think that I would be fine with removing the maximum ADU size. Again, there doesn't seem to be consensus for that this evening, but allowing for larger sizes allows for maybe having more families that utilize ADUs. Right now, typically they're studios or offices, but opening that up allows for more imagination in terms of what we're able to do with ADU sizes. So I'm open to that. I'm open to being more imaginative about how we come and approach our community's issues. In terms of the auto sales, that's more sticky. Again, it seems like there's consensus there as well. I'm more in favor of showrooms and less for car lots. I know that there is an issue with revenue, but I also think about budgeting just more imaginative anyway. I think that there isn't just one path to get to what we want, but I would be open to continuing to having that conversation. But yeah, thinking more about showrooms and not car lots, because I hear that that might be a path forward. In terms of Amendment 4, to reinstate public safety as a guiding principle of the general plan, we all know that that was removed by our council majority, but it doesn't take away, even if this is struck away tonight, for folks who believe that public safety is a spectrum of many services, is many tools, isn't just one department, but it is many resources that work together to support all of our community members, just know that even if this is removed this evening, it still guided our process. For the 20 some odd advisory board members, we took that to heart every day that we showed up to our meetings. It was something that we tried to communicate to our community as they did engage in the process. So even if it's removed for now, it is something that was, you can't erase what was done. This is history that is happening right now in this moment, the erasure of something that guided the process from the beginning, from 2016 or 2018 or 2019 when we formally kicked off. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a part of the process. So I just want to encourage folks who might feel disillusioned by the fact that their work and their contribution and their belief in a more equitable Culver City is being erased and has been erased. So I just want to lift that up because it did guide the process and we can never take away what actually happened. And I also just want to say in terms of Amendment 5, I would be okay keeping the commercial for revenue. Is that right? Yeah. Like I think in this phase, we should be more open to what a Culver City could look like, more imaginative. Not only are we planning for our neighbors, and again, I understand and have empathy that change is difficult. But again, just because it's what we have right now doesn't mean we can't cast our community in amber. It's already been so many different changes. It's clear that these things that I'm supporting are not going to happen this evening, but I do think it's important to state how I feel on the record. I also just want to elevate, I didn't hear many people, Councilmember Erickson was on the fence for director approval, over 25%. I think, Vice Mayor, you said that you were fine with that. If I'm, okay, sounds good. And I think also Councilmember Wier also said that he was okay with that in his initial questions. He alluded to it.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Great. It seems that I don't think I have questions about any other, I'm sorry? Community input, there's consensus there. There was nothing else that I wasn't sure that there were folks who didn't have consensus.
The meeting,
Vice Mayor just lifted that up, and Councilmember Wier, Councilmember Erickson, and Vice Mayor O'Brien are in consensus to go back to 2 meetings for commercial and residential, which for those items.
Do we need motions? I can see there's 2 things. It would be to change to minimum 2 meetings. That could be one motion. And the other motion would be to
Let's just take them one at a time.
adopt amendment number 5, Culver Boulevard. The rest of them, we don't need to deal with because they were never implemented in the plan. They were recommendations only, right? Is that correct?
Right, yeah, these were proposed changes. They're not part of the plan, so.
Yeah.
I'd like to take the votes one at a time if we're able to. If we're able to have motions made for each one.
Why?
Because I'm asking that. Is that all right? Is it harming you to have it on the record?
No, people
Okay.
can make motions then.
Okay, wonderful.
Well, I could start then. I make a motion that we should change the language with regards to community outreach meetings to a minimum of 2, both for residential and commercial.
second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Erickson and a second from Councilmember Wier, and that is to change to have a minimum of 2 meetings for residential and commercial. Okay, please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes with 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
Mayor, can I make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to approve amendments 1, 2, and 4, and to reject amendment 5.
I would like to amend that motion to approve amendment number 5.
Was there a second on the original motion?
It wouldn't come up on my screen.
No, there was no first.
What are we voting on?
Right now, we're not voting on anything. It was a point of order from the city attorney. She asked if there was a second on the initial motion. I wasn't able to press it on my screen. I don't know if Councilmember
There
Puza
wasn't
pressed
an
it.
initial motion made by the screen, so
there's
Councilmember
no-
Puza, if you'd like to make the motion on your screen, it will allow for others to make a second if they like.
There is no option
Okay,
to do that.
let's-
And I still didn't hear what we were
Counsel?
voting on. It cut out of my ear.
We weren't voting on anything.
I'm sorry?
He made a motion.
I understand that, Mayor. I wasn't sure what the motion was. It's cut out.
It's late. It's okay. I
Okay,
understand.
can I help you enter it?
Sure.
So that you have a motion to approve amendments 1, 2, and 4, and to not approve number 5. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And then, Councilmember Puza, you can either accept or reject Councilmember Erickson's friendly amendment.
Reject it and we move on.
And what happens if I reject it? Then it,
Your original motion is just, it stands, and if it gets a second, then the council can vote on it.
Councilmember Puza, just for clarification, your vote on Amendment 1 to change it to 50 units, is that what your vote is?
yeah, I will. Reject that.
So now we are back to the original motion, which is to approve amendments 1, 2, 4, and to reject amendment number 5. And we have a motion by Councilmember Puza. We are looking for a second. We have a second from Mayor McMorrin. We will take a vote. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion fails. 2 yes, 3 no. 3 no's by O'Brien, Erickson, and Vera.
Okay, and I would like to make a motion to accept Amendment 5, changing the proposed zoning along Culver Boulevard from mixed-use neighborhood to multifamily 1. Should I hit the motion button?
Yes, and that's for approving amendment number 5
Yes.
alone.
To approve Amendment 5.
Could I just chime in with something here? I just want to make sure, the way that this amendment is from corner to corner, which would actually go onto Sepulveda, where there's already a commercial,
Yeah, no, it should go from, so from the
Alinda?
motel, from the motel, right? That's what I thought.
that's where the commercial kind of ends, is at the motel.
Yeah.
To a.
What you redlined on it
Yeah.
did not include the corner.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson, and that is to approve amendment number 5. Please vote. Thank you. All members have voted. That motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember Puza.
Now we need to.
Are there any other, does staff have what they need?
But we need to adopt the environmental impact, we need to adopt the general plan, and we need to adopt the zoning. We need to
Councilmember
vote on
Erickson,
all
when I
three.
asked for staff, I mean, I appreciate your eagerness, but I did direct it to staff, so I just want to be respectful of their direction. Thank you so much, Joe.
The actual,
Did the council make motions on the rest of the planning?
Not
commission?
yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
No, not the, but the actual amendments, not the environmental impact report. There were a few.
The auto sales, I think, was one.
Amendment 3.
the only motion was to approve a minimum of 2 community meetings and to approve amendment number 5. We have not had a motion for 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Well, we voted on 1, 2, and 3, and it was, it failed.
It failed.
And the auto is
Fine.
already in the code, so we don't need to,
Okay.
if we don't want to just reaffirm, but it's already there, so we don't need to take action.
There, it's, the ask would be to put it into the, as a CUP in the mixed-use industrial and the mixed-use medium. So that's not in the code currently.
Then I can make a motion for that.
And that is for which one? So
So, yeah, just to clarify for the record, it was, the amendment would be for adding auto sales to, as a conditional use permit in the mixed-use industrial and the mixed-use medium zones.
Okay, so I make the motion to approve auto sale in mixed-use medium and mixed-use industrial with a conditional use permit.
thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes with 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin. Consider.
We should just go through them.
No?
Just-
So no,
Let's
1,
just
2,
go
4.
through them.
We're good? Okay.
Do you need anything else?
The,
Approval of the project for certifying the EIR, then the general plan, then the zoning code and the zoning map as outlined.
All in one? Let's have a motion certifying the EIR report and adopt a statement of overriding considerations for the general plan 2045 and zoning code update.
okay, I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson. And is that including the adoptions of the resolutions? As well as the general plan amendment?
This is number 1.
Just number 1.
Just number 1, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Let's adopt, motion for adopting a resolution approving general plan amendment, referred to the general plan 2045, attachment number 2.
With the suggested changes.
Well, actually, before we do that, because I think I made an error, and I want to make sure that I'm on the record for Vice Mayor amendment for number 5. I meant to abstain for that one. And I think I voted yes on that one, so I want to make sure, I was planning on doing it at the end, but if it includes really, I just want to make sure that that's correct. For the amendment number 5, the motion by Vice Mayor. In the same motion, just a little bit ago.
Probably better to correct it now.
Okay.
If the council supports revoting.
And what would that process look like if they support it?
Yeah, you could move to reconsider.
Can I move to reconsider to correct my vote, please?
I can't hear anything.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking the same tone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, sorry about that. I said, I'm making a motion to reconsider the Vice Mayor's initial motion on amendment number 5.
Okay.
And I think the Vice Mayor said he seconded it.
You did? Second it? Okay, great.
Second?
It's late, just keep the mics on.
I'm like, what is going on up there?
No one can hear anything.
Oh, good, we're not singing a chorus.
So we're going to take a revote?
Reconsider amendment 5, the Vice
Okay,
Mayor's
so we're
initial
going to take
motion.
a new vote.
Just so that we can close everything out, including the amendments correctly. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so that is going to be okay, so we have, I'm sorry, so we're reconsidering amendment number 5, and the mover is Vice Mayor O'Brien, and so therefore we need a second and we'll revote.
Well, I moved to reconsider,
You
and
did,
the Vice Mayor seconded it.
Sorry, it's just, it listed funny. Come on. Great. Okay. All right, now you should be able to vote.
This is the motion to reconsider it, or this is the vote again, just to be clear.
Now you need
To
to
allow
take
the
the motion again.
So this is like, we're taking your motion again right now?
Yes.
Now we're going to listen to the motion again.
Okay, so when I vote, it's like I'm voting on Amendment 5 right now?
No.
Correct.
No.
No, we're
See,
voting-
that's why I needed to be.
Now, we're voting on whether to reconsider.
To reconsider. Okay, got it.
Oh, I thought that vote had been taken already.
That's what I thought too.
I don't remember pressing anything.
didn't press
We
yes
just
on
got to be
anything.
crystal clear
Okay,
at this
just
hour.
wanna make sure.
So right now,
Okay.
reconsider.
This is vote to approve to reconsider amendment
Okay,
number 5.
okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Reconsider then the vote, thank you.
Stop, record. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously. So now we're going to
Amendment 5.
Amendment 5.
Do it again.
Yep.
I don't remember who the second was.
It was Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Erickson to approve for amendment number 5. Thank you. Please vote. Okay. All members have voted. And the motion passes, 3 ayes, 1 no from Councilmember Puza, and 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
Thank you. So now we can take adopting the resolution amending the general plan amendment referred to as General Plan 2045, including the amendments. Is everything okay with staff?
We are checking to make sure that the project number is correct for the general plan amendment.
Oh, yeah, we want to make sure all the numbers are correct. Let's get that, because we don't want.
It's getting late, we want to make sure we're
Yeah,
doing everything.
absolutely. So let's make sure we double check that, triple check.
Okay, we verified that it's the correct project number for the adoption of the general plan amendment P 2022-0053 GP.
All right, last call.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien. I'm waiting for a second. I have a second from Councilmember Erickson. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
And the last, introduce an ordinance amending the Culver City zoning code and zoning map, together referred to as zoning code update, and y'all can make sure that the figures are correct.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, waiting for a second. We have a second by Councilmember Erickson. Please vote, everyone. All members have voted. The motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much to staff. Last check, anything? Did we miss anything? Did we get everything? All right, we'll see you next time. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do last public comment items not on the agenda. Any comments?
We had 2 speakers.
Okay.
First, we have Tom O'Neill.
Items not on the agenda.
Items not on the agenda. On items not on the agenda, do you want to talk about something that's not on the agenda? Yeah. Okay.
Simply ask the council to reject the idea, calling for a resolution for a ceasefire. 75 years of history have demonstrated what that will result in, and what it resulted in last was October 7th. Thank you.
Next speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening once again, Honorable Mayor, Council, and community at large. This is a request of the mayor. I guess the council will be part of it too, but I would like to know if it would be possible to authorize meetings with law enforcement, with the community, not, well, including but not limited to the Coffee with a Cop series that we had. We need meetings about what to do about the need for the multi-agency law enforcement substation, a 24-hour space for the mobile crisis team to operate from, and the other things that we need over at the Ivy Station Transit Hub. I would like to know what the proper protocol is to set up community meetings, not just one or two, but as many as necessary to make it happen, because I think that not having that is going to really adversely impact not only Culver, but Los Angeles and our reputation and our capacity to host for the Olympics and these other upcoming events. I think it's really important for us to also bring our 911 operators back. And not only just for Culver, but we're going to need them for each of those 5 or 6 agencies that I mentioned before. I'd like to know if that would be possible. Thank you.
That was our last speaker. Okay, any items from members? Councilmember Viera?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson?
Nothing from me.
Councilmember Puza?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Vice Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, two things. I want to first revisit a request for staff to draft a letter to Gavin Newsom with supporting evidence documents about our work for the homeless community, and request funding. If I can get 3 nodding heads from my colleagues for that.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember Viera.
I don't know how much funding there is to get.
Councilmember Erickson, yes.
Sure.
Okay, and then one last thing. So as mentioned by members of the audience, I attended a convening with many of the folks here a few days ago, and it was pretty powerful. And do we have copies of the proposed resolution?
Yes, we do.
Is there enough for all the council members?
No.
Okay. We can.
You have more?
Okay. I would like to see if I can get nodding heads to agendize adopting this as written. I think it's a very well-balanced and thoughtful and compassionate way to address the loss of innocent lives. So.
So just to clarify, Vice Mayor O'Brien, your motion would be for 3 nodding heads to agendize consideration of adopting.
Consideration of adopting. Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that without getting too much into the weeds?
You can ask a question. We should tread very lightly here since it's not on the
I'd like to
agenda.
ask the Vice Mayor if you can hold off on that, and I would like to reach out to Polly and Fawaz, and you said after the holidays, and I don't know if you guys are available on September 5th, like at 3 or 4. I'd love to come down there. I think everything starts with conversation, and like I said, I'm not opposed to changing my mind. I just need to listen to you guys, hear where you're coming from, and hear where I'm coming from before I can, in good conscience, give this a nodding head and move forward. So if you guys are available that day at 3 o'clock, I'll be down there, and I'm ready for a conversation. Would that be, is it? Yeah, I said I want to have a conversation. If everything works out in your favor and you guys can convince me otherwise, and I want some asks on my part, then by all means, but I need to sit and talk and let you know my perspective and some of the asks that I think are important to add into this. After conversation, everything's an option.
Well, I should clarify that Vice Mayor O'Brien's seeking 3 nodding heads to agendize this. I don't know if he's requesting a specific date. If he doesn't get the 3 nodding heads tonight, there would need to be 3 nodding heads on a different date for a future agenda. So unless Councilmember Viera.
No, I can't.
Other, I'm requesting for the upcoming meeting.
I don't think we could do the upcoming meeting. I think it's already full. Isn't the next meeting already full? It's already full, yeah.
There's a challenge with the calendar.
Pretty full.
Okay. It sounds as though the agenda for the next meeting is pretty jammed. So in order to get it in, and I guess that accommodates Councilmember Rivera's request as well. The following meeting, what's the date of that?
September 23rd?
The bigger concern is it's already a full meeting agenda. Third.
I mean, we got 5 action items on the 23rd too, yeah.
We do.
Earliest would be October 14th.
There's no good date.
Earliest is October
All right,
14th.
there's no good date, so the next meeting.
So I'm waiting to see nodding heads or it, because of the late hour, if you wouldn't mind saying yes, if you would like to agendize this. I am not hearing. Okay, we do not have consensus.
Were you done? You were done? Okay. So I just want to uplift, I know we're going to be acknowledging, I think it's Suicide Prevention Month next month. And we supported a youth event, I think it was in Santa Monica, but they also service Culver City. I'm blanking on the title. They want to give a presentation around, I think it's cannabis and fentanyl in terms of, and also to share how the event went. I thought it would be good to have it at the same time as the suicide prevention. I think it's like a 5-minute presentation. I wasn't able to do it, agendize it on my own, but to have that presentation, I think in September, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know it's going to be
We'll
hard,
see.
but it's just 5 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Excuse me, was that the event that was in Santa Monica?
The event that was in Santa Monica. They were here for another event at the Teen Center and wanted to do follow-up to our community. Brief follow-up, but probably more than the 2 minutes. Are y'all willing to hear from them?
I would support that.
That's 2, waiting for a third. I am not hearing. So there's no consensus for the presentation.
Okay, so I have to give a public comment.
You will? Okay, so we have 3 nodding heads. Thank you.
And I also just wanted to flag, I know this is probably already a flag for Parks and Rec staff and likely the commission, but I wasn't aware of the discrepancy in park allocation between soccer and softball, and, the coach came and wasn't able to field the team this year. Is that something that we could direct either the commission or staff to just revisit? I know that we're in the middle of a parks plan. I know that Parks just did a fantastic fiesta, but are we able to direct them just to look at that if they're not already. I don't know if they are already. They might be. It doesn't have to come back, just a direction. We had let me get the guy's name. His name was, hold on. I had a lot of comments tonight. Yes, Matthew Patrick coaches a softball team, unable to field the team, no place to practice or schedule games. And he was looking to fall next year because he was unable to field the team this year. Yeah, I don't remember. Well, it's okay. The direction is.
I can have the director get in touch with this individual, but I think if the council wants to give direction, it needs to be on an agenda.
Okay, so can we direct Director Stevens to reach out to
I will
Mr. Patrick?
do that, have him
Thank you, City
follow up.
Manager. Appreciate that. Okay. Is there any other comments or concerns before we close out? Somebody.
I'll request it one more time. Same request for nodding heads for my earlier consideration of the ceasefire resolution that we've been presented.
I just want to flag, we should be having a conversation around our potential interfaith council, which is something that I tried to put on at the beginning of this year. Well, this is a conversation that we're going to be having on September 9th, so I invite you to come and be a part of that conversation that we should be having on the 9th. Thank you so much for coming this evening. Do we have a
I'm still
motion?
open for a conversation. I'd love to come down there on the 5th of September and speak with you guys.
Okay.
If you guys are going to be there, I'll be there at 3.
Did you make the motion?
What's going on here?
Thank you so much for coming this evening. I really appreciate it. I hope y'all get home safely. It looks like we have an emotion in a
Motion to
second.
adjourn? We don't yet. We need a motion and a second to adjourn, please.
It looks like there is one.
So weird. Can we do a verbal? Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
It looks like there's a motion and a
Councilmember
second on my
O'Brien?
screen.
And a second from,
To adjourn.
who's the second to adjourn, please?
I second that.
Thank you. We have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Erickson to adjourn. Please vote. The time is 1:03. And we are unanimously adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Go home safely.